that America, 13 colonies, which became the 13 states, were working hard to break free from. I mentioned earlier the Declaration of Independence, and of course some of the aspirational aspects of it. There are really two parts, as I can tell. I'm not a constitutional scholar. I'm thankful for the constitutional scholars that serve in this Congress. No one more constitutional and more scholarly than my friend and colleague, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin, who continues to lead the charge, standing up for the Constitution here in the United States of America.
Hey, Jeff.
But as I read the Declaration of Independence, there seem to be two parts to it.
Who is this guy, Hakeem Jeffries?
Is the aspirational
Just
part.
Never stops. I've been watching on and off
the
from
Speaker of the Declaration of
the
Independence.
wee hours.
Of course, we hold these
Let me
truths
turn
to
it
be
down.
self-evident.
They're going to start the vote soon, I think. Although it's and Djokovic just won. I missed most of the last set, but I'm signing in because I believe today could be the last day for you all. I'm fully committed, or I should be committed, I guess, to buy Railtown at these prices. The tape, as they say on Wall Street, you don't fight the tape, or you say the tape doesn't lie. Railtown is breaking out. I think that means that it's setting up, to use a Trumpian word, for something very special. That's Trump in July. And that's next week is July. This week was confusing because Canada had a holiday for its Independence Day on Tuesday. Railtown is a Canadian company. And, so they take a 4-day weekend, a 5-day weekend. And then now, today, people leave at 1 o'clock if they even bother to show up. And they're off to the Hamptons. They're going to go summer for a few days. And down here, everybody goes to Rehoboth or Dewey beaches, and elsewhere. I mean, but that's mainly where they go. So it's just basically 2 more hours give you a chance to buy Railtown at these prices. And we'll go through the whole story again. But tomorrow, Canada is open. Monday, we're both open. We're not open tomorrow in our markets. So I don't know what happens with this momentum tomorrow in Canada. The stock here is trading at 46 cents. I just told somebody 44 cents. It's almost 47 cents. Now, in the background, I understand G-Bucks is going up because it has a dividend on the 7th or next date. That one wolf with a 0 and O, that's up. That's over $1. It's $1.16. So Lion of all trades must have known something, because the chart didn't look like a squeeze, but he must have known, because it's tripled since Lion of all trades popped in. Tesla's up a little bit. Finger's up 3 cents. Nixie's up 7 cents, so it's 237. But for those of you who may have sold some of those stocks to buy Railtown, just hold tight. Just hold tight. I sold Nixie at 204, 206, something like that. And so I've missed out, maybe one could argue, on 30 cents. But on the same comparison, I bought Rail at 32.7. So Rail's now 45.2. So, it's there's this the movement from the other stocks to this. You may look back in your life and say, I might have done that better. I could look back and say, man, I could have gotten a better price on Nixie, but I'd be mad. I probably wouldn't own as many shares as Railtown for waiting. I don't know what to say about G-Bucks. I've heard. I haven't been on those conference calls, but I guess the dividend is supposed to be extra special compared to anybody else's dividend, and I don't know the reasons why. But I also know an old adage on Wall Street is sell the news, buy the rumor, sell the news. And this would be in the category of a run-up. That's probably based on the rumor. Tomorrow, G-Bucks doesn't trade, and I guess the 7th would therefore be Tuesday, and maybe Tuesday's the ex-dividend date, so maybe G-Bucks goes up on Monday. But the problem is Railtown's just broken out, and I forgot to make a chart. I can show you the charts I've already shown you, or I can take the time to take a picture of a different chart. But by going through 43 cents, I'll show you that again. This is the same chart I used the last few days, which it might have been nice if I had created a new one. But see those 3 yellow circles? That is the horizontal breakout. Now, I actually put it higher than maybe others would, but I tried to get the very top in the middle yellow circle. And I tried to line it up with what I saw over on the left. But you could debate whether I have the exact breakout point, but that's 42.91. 42.91. Here at 45 cents, there's no argument in my mind that Railtown is broken out. And so you typically, especially after there's a long period of time and then the stock starts a climb, typically the third time is when it breaks out. Not always. Sometimes it breaks. It looks like it's going to break out. It pulls back, and then it's the fourth time. But because the stock is now trading at 45, I think it's clear that Railtown is breaking out on its third try to get through roughly 43 cents, 42.91, roughly 43 cents. You could argue that's a little shorter than that, 42 cents, but it doesn't matter. You could argue 44 cents. Any of those numbers, it's broken through. And if you see over here on the diagonal, up at the peak, that is 60 cents here. Actually, it's like 58 cents. But the high on the year is 62 cents. I think next week, that's where the stock will be touching. So it's tough, or it may be tough, to look at some of the other stocks wake up. But I don't know, to use one that nobody's in, so I don't hurt any feelings. Wolf is now 115, WOLF, and yes, it's tripled. So Lion made a good call. But I don't want you in that game where people come in with hot tips and you run your money over there, unless it's a very tiny bit of money anymore. Because once they get you moving it, then they snag you. And I don't want that to happen anymore. But anyway, using Wolf as an example, if somebody owns WOLF and they go, oh, wow, it's in a squeeze, well, maybe it is. So you got to factor that in. But in my judgment, Railtown could double Monday. I'm not predicting that particularly, but it could be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Once it's broken out, you don't know how high, because that's the suppression of resistance. And I think it pops up like a cork out of the water, being underwater. You don't know how, and then it comes back and tests. But obviously, 62 cents is the next target. That's the high on the stock. Let me see what it says on the 52 week. Yeah, 62 cents. I don't think it's going to be much resistance, so I think the stock could go to $1. But let's stick with 62 cents. So the question is, Railtown could be up, what is that, 30%, 40%. So if, using the example of Wolf, if you own it, you don't want to sell it, Wolf would have to go to $2 or $3, $2.50 to give an equivalent move just to stay even. In other words, you want to see if Wolf goes to 2 so you can get a better profit. But the chances are Railtown, because it's broken out, could be at 80 cents. It could be double. So there's no perfect way to thread the needle doing this. There's one guy out in California that's good at it that I know, but his hands don't shake. He's got steady hands. But I think now is the time to own Railtown, unless you want to pay more for your position. It's already up. It's already up. And I guess Steve is happy. He's made more this morning than he makes all month. And he's at the beach. And his wife is looking at him adoringly. I mean, he's made more in one morning than he probably made all of the month in his salary. I'm a little jealous of that. Fingers up, it's 2:04. This guy, Hakeem, is still talking. He has nothing to say. I guess they're hoping that some of the Republicans have a heart attack or something. My opinion on Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrats want him to be the next president because he's presentable, he's doing this, showing his courage, and they're all backing him, they're clapping now. But I for all of his performance here, I think if AOC came up and spoke for 30 seconds, a minute, she'd be the one on the news. He can't beat AOC. AOC pulls the cameras. He doesn't pull cameras. That's my read. All right, Railtown, 45-cent bid. Guys, now's the time. If you want to own it, you got to act, for the people on the fence. All right, let me see. I wanted to tell you where we are, and you're not going to believe it, but we few, we happy few, we band of brothers, we own as of this morning, we own, depending on whether you use Yahoo or OTC, I'll use the more conservative. That's how much we own. We own 5,202,770 shares of Railtown, which using Yahoo is 3.6% of the fully diluted shares. And using Yahoo's float, we have 5% of the float. If you use OTC markets, our float position is bigger. It's bigger than that. This stock, I know we still have it in our blood. I still have it. Somebody called me this morning. Hey, whatever stock's moving. We like the siren call of that, but that's gambling. And the worst, I was listening to Norm Macdonald. He said something very similar to what I say about option trading. A friend of his told him, I've always been lucky at gambling. I've never won. And that's exactly right. It's like option trading. It's like these stocks. If you win at one, you think you can do it over and over again. No, the odds are stacked against you. Railtown is not a gamble. Railtown is not a gamble. It's not a manipulated stock. It's not a hype stock. It's not one where, hey, we're going to give this dividend, or hey, we've got all these shares short, or hey, this is the squeeze target, or hey, big whales are coming in to buy, and the next thing you know, there's going to be trapped shorts. It's not that story. Some of that may happen, but it's not that story. This guy, Hakeem Jeffries, just keeps blabbing. He outdoes me sometimes. He started, I think, at 2 a.m. I think this is called a filibuster. Maybe I should go run for Congress. I could filibuster. Apparently, I piss everyone off, according to Red Ace. All right, let's go down it. Hey, Jeff, you were first today, if it matters. You know that. Good morning, Justin. So much for buying the dip this holiday week. Yeah, but if you already own it, and the list, I don't have it, but that's a good thing that you already bought some, so that as you buy, you're always lower than the market price you're paying. There's not going to be a pullback now. At some point there will be, but when it breaks out, it's like a puppy dog getting out of the kitchen door to go run to the pool. All excitement, burst of energy, and it keeps going. But if it gets to the pool and notices you're not there, it might come back to you just to check if you're coming. And then it'll go back into the pool and jump, and you can't get them. You can't get them back to the porch. That's what happens here. And so you could later, but I wouldn't play. I'm telling you, Justin, do not play Railtown for a pullback. Just buy it if you're inclined to buy it. Now, I can't give finance. I should go through that. My Jennifer disclosure is I do not have a contract with the company. I am not a consultant to the company. They have not given me shares. They have not given me warrants. They have not given me cash. They haven't. I'm not on a stipend. I haven't been paid any expenses at all. There's nothing. Darn it. I wish they had, because they're paying other people. And then the general disclosure of the safe harbor, basically anything I tell you could be completely wrong. That's the disclosure statement on every financial investment, propaganda, prospectus, on anything you see. And I can't give financial advice because I don't know you, but I can educate. I can have an opinion. I can editorialize, if that's a word, and I can entertain. At least the shills find entertainment in getting me upset. but I don't, Justin, all you're already showing human psychology. Oh, darn it, it's not going to pull back. I'll wait. Don't do that. If you want to add to your position, you look at it this way. You waited to see if it would pull back. That cost you something to do that. Well, that's a decision. It's like I don't know. I guess when you go to the casino to play poker, some of your hands you lose, some cost you money, but you're in the game and then you make it back. Well, I would just look at the cost. That was a slightly costly it's not a harm. It's just a course of doing business. It cost you something to wait and see if the stock would pull back. Well, you paid that price. It didn't pull back. But I wouldn't wait for it to pull back now. It's breaking out. It's breaking out. And who's going to sell? Who's going to sell? So I would just buy it if you're inclined. So in other words, if you were hoping to buy, I'm making it up, 32,000 shares at 41 cents or 38 cents. Well, maybe you can only buy 28,000 now at 46 cents. But I would do it because next week the price will be higher. And I can say that with every bit of intuition I have. I thought it would be June, and then now in retrospect, I think you and I talked about it, but fairly obviously, this week is a complete wash because Canada had a big holiday, 3 or 4 days, and we're going to have a holiday 3 days. So, and maybe more, 4-day, 5-day weekend. You might get, if everybody stays away for Monday, you might get a chance to still buy it under 50 cents on Monday. But Justin, you're going to be paying 50 cents or more. Certainly by Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you're going to be paying over 50 cents. So, I mean, it's a breakout. It's just how it is. These are predictions, of course, not promises, but the momentum will build. And I think it's worth buying. I think it's a great price. You got to just shut out what happened in the past. If somebody asks me, should I buy it at 46 cents? Absolutely. Should I buy it at 50 cents? Absolutely. Should I buy it at 60 cents? Absolutely. I would say I'll feel that way all the way up to $5. And then it'll take care of itself. But I probably won't do videos that are almost exclusively about Railtown once it starts to move. I'm doing it now because I want people who have an inclination to be in it. And then you're in it and it'll become easy. You'll make your own decisions to buy more or whatever. I also hope Line of All Trades has a lot of ideas. I hope you avoid hopping over maybe to his. I mean, I'm not saying his ideas are bad, but I don't want you hopping around. I want Railtown to be that thing, that investment, not a trade, not a day trade, not, oh, it looks like Wolf is squeezing, which it did, but I don't want you in those anymore. I don't know if it has squeezed. I mean, but what's the volume today? 131 million. So, but it's that same spinning around where the market makers and the shorts are moving stock and making money, and you're just sitting there wondering what's going on. Is it going to go up? Is it going to pull back? By the time you make your decision, even if it is up, you lose money. It's just, I don't want you in that game anymore. You might choose it, but I really find it. Anyway, all right, let's move on. Hey, Bill Miko. Hey, Lockup. Hey, Girth Mike. Illegitimus, nay, off targarendum. Yeah, you're right. I'll try it, Bill. I thought about that last night. I got off target, and that's what they wanted me to do so that I wasn't getting you guys, because you guys didn't buy much yesterday, I don't think. But look, it's the Thursday before a 3-day, 3.5-day weekend, and and maybe a 4-day weekend in around here, probably be 5 days. But the stock's up. It's telling you something. The somebody is buying this stock, and I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the day, by 1 o'clock, that it isn't higher. Oh, they're all clapping for him. Oh, he's powerful. He's saying the right. He's amazing. Hakeem, 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 you're the man. Oh, the clapping, the joy. Oh. Yeah, it's a big, beautiful stock. It's going to be one big, beautiful ride is what it's going to be. I believe this stock will make accounts very strong over the next 18 months. But in the meantime, let's just focus on next week, July. We might not even have to get to August, where you have 10x from here. I have to raise my 10x target to 460. I think I might have said $5 anyway, so I'm protected. The seats behind them, the enthusiasm. It's not all a bunch of white men. In fact, there's not a single white. Oh, yes, there is one white man sitting behind him, but the Democratic Party can't have white men. I think equality and mixed diversity is great. Everybody deserves a chance. But I just don't think the modern version of white men are as bad as they're represented to be. But who knows? He's been talking on and on and on. Steve, the rich man. If I were a rich man. Well, somebody asked me, a friend of mine owns G-Bucks, and he called me before I came on. And he wants to get the dividend. And of course, since the stock is going up, he feels like it's going to keep going up, and he wants to play in it. But his position in Railtown is relatively small, and he wants to add that up. And I just said, it could be next week, but I think Railtown has a chance to be. I wrote down some notes that I You know, I think Railtown has a chance to be 55, 60 cents next week early, on its way to 70, 75 cents, maybe 80 cents. That's next week. And then I think the stock, uh, depending on how it reacts to that, if the stock gets over $1, I think that brings in buyers, believe it or not. A lot of people don't play under $1, particularly institutions. But I think if it gets to $2, and this is where you have to be aware, there's $2 in Canada, there's $2 here. And I think the key point is $2 in Canada initially. Why? Because I think if it goes to $2 in Canada, most brokerage firms up there, many brokers can talk about it if it's off the restricted list. And remember, that could happen any day. Also becomes marginable. So I think $2 is significant, and I really think $5 will cause this stock, once it crosses $5, which is my target. That's all my target is. But if it gets above $5, which could happen in the next couple of weeks, you could see big firms here in the United States. It becomes available for 25,000 brokers at Merrill Lynch or 25,000 brokers at Morgan Stanley to pitch to their clients. And you could see that stock go, and then institutions can come in. And again, with the caveat of the restriction. But you can see it jump from $5 to low teens, for $15 in a heartbeat. So that's not as exciting as G-Bucks squeezing, but it's more probable. It's much more probable that Railtown goes to $5 over the next short period of time. And certainly next week, I think Railtown will be twice the price it is today, roughly. So you just have to sit down, Steve, and say, if I swapped out, would I be closer to 1 million shares of Railtown, which nice round number, while it's still under 50 cents? Or do I hang on to G-Bucks because I think G-Bucks is going to go, where's it going to go? 10, 20, 100? You pick your number. I don't know. I don't have an opinion. But then sit down and figure out where you think Railtown might go, and then put probability on it. I mean, as an example, there's an exercise I do sometimes. It doesn't always help. But if I've heard that Railtown could squeeze to 100, I'll write it down, and then I'll put a probability on it, 5% or 10% probability in the short period of time. Or higher. You might think 50%, you might think 90%. But for me, I put probably 5% odds that it squeezes. So then that becomes, for me, a target of $5 on Railtown. Or I put 10% odds in it. I mean, on the one you own. But on Railtown, I would sit down and I'd put down the target over the next week to July. And I'd probably put down $5 as a July target, but next week a double, and then it just steadily climbs from there. And I would probably say that if it goes over 5 with some volume, it could, next thing I know, it's $12. And I might put down next to that $5 target 90% odds. That's my opinion. And next to the $12 target, I might put, I don't know, I'd probably put 50, 60% odds. Let's call it 50%. So I would write on the piece of paper, I have a $5 target at 90%. I don't know what that works out to, 450. So my target, I'd write 450. And then and then if it could go to 12 and I have it at 60 or 50%, that's $6. Well, I'd superimpose that with G-Bucks, and maybe it's a push. Maybe it's a push. But I think it's certain that Railtown's going to achieve much higher targets. And I think it's certain you will not be able to buy Railtown under 50 cents. I'd be willing to say you won't be able to buy Railtown on Monday under 50 cents. But today might be the last time. May be the last time. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, it's your call. Hey, Giuseppe. Wow. Andiamo. I think I said that reasonably close to have to start a new page. We've only got 1 hour and 40 minutes to add to Railtown before Monday. They're all cheering. He's amazing. He's amazing.
Doctors, that's it. Period. Full stop. And we will continue to fight.
Fight
for reproductive freedom.
Oh, yeah.
In the United States of America.
Except for the baby. The baby
and we
can't
will
be
not
born.
rest, Mr. Speaker, until the Women's Health Protection Act becomes the law of the land here in the United States of America. Big difference between us and them. Big difference.
Oh, I thought it was over.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Johanna Hayes introduced an amendment.
Oh, I thought it was over. All right, good job, Giuseppe. What does he say? 1.5 cents per share per month would replace your income. Well, right now you might get 1.50 cents. You might get 12 1.50 moves over the next 2 days. You could get a year's worth of income in the next week. Two years worth of income. Richard K. Still not tired of winning. Yeah, that's exactly right. Ted Williams, I can see your name now. Ted Williams. I love it. You know, you don't have as many shares as Steve, but you guys that have 100 or even 50,000 shares or more, you're gonna I don't know how, if it's your only retirement money. We don't know exactly where interest rates are going to be and all that, but $2 million, $2.5 million, if it goes that high on 50,000 shares over the next, let's say, 18 months, 2 years, if it goes to $50, and I'm not trying to get you into the hypester mood that, oh, this is going to happen tomorrow. I don't want that. I just think this is a stock that's going to surprise you with its performance steadily for a significant period of time. But we'll watch it as news comes out, as information comes out, as trends come out. We'll see the buying. We'll be able, but one possibility, let me put it that way, is if you have 50,000 shares, goes to $50, and that's not even counting what if AMD or NVIDIA or Microsoft or Apple or Tesla bought the company. This product, and I believe they're talking about conductor, but my understanding is this product, as he said in his videos, is a first mover In other words, first to market, targeting a huge market, and it works. He calls it battle tested, but it's ready to go and it's working. It scales. It performs, and it's like I'm sure it's like Kim Kardashian landing in Dubai. Everybody wants her. It's probably like Lauren Sanchez landing in San Francisco. Everybody wants her, but one guy gets her. Anyway, 50,000 shares becomes $2.5 million. And if later on, if it happens, I'm not saying we don't know if it's a certainty yet, but I think it lines up well. If you get 8% on average in income, that's 200,000 a month. Divide that by 12 months, 16 grand a month to live on in retirement. That's the kind of stock this can be. Look, we've chased a lot of squeeze plays. I wasn't chasing all of them. We had our chances in some of them to get 10x, 12x, 15x, but we were so caught up in the group, the herd instinct, can we call it that? But in the, we got to get out, it's going to be worth that much. We forgot to just sell. There's some people out there that have the discipline to sell and then not look again. This isn't one of those stocks. This isn't one that if it goes to 5 and you don't sell it, the next time you open your statement, it's at 75 cents. This is not one of those stocks. It just simply isn't. This isn't a stock, if it goes to 5 and you do nothing for 3 months, it drifts back down to $1.90. It's not one of those stocks. This is a stock that as it goes up, the demand for it will increase. The pool of buyers will expand from, our ragtag group who's acting to the insiders and the insiders at Railtown, the insiders at all 160 companies at AI Partners, maybe the insiders at the investment bank Canaccord. I don't know their rules. They can come in. The big investors in Railtown and the big investors in AI Partners and all those 160 companies, this guy's being coronated. He's got a future. They can all come in. So that brings in that group of buyers as soon as the deal is announced, which, remember, I thought it was going to be a month ago. That doesn't mean my thinking is right, obviously. I'm wrong. It's now July. But how much longer? How much longer? They got to get about it. They're the first mover. They got to claim the space. It's AI. It's moving quickly. They got to get in gear before all the flood of money comes from Morgan Stanley and Merrill Lynch, JP Morgan, Fidelity, State Street, BlackRock, all these big pools of money that are going to go into retail products directed toward AI investments. It's coming. It's coming. And they got to act before the summer's out, because they're going to raise that money when everybody comes back from school. That's when it's going to happen. You'll see. You'll see. And so I forget the point I was making before I went on that. But Railtown is, I was talking about the pool of investors that support it. Railtown isn't going to go up because, the dividend and 100 people bought the stock all at once and it caught the shorts by surprise. But in a week, the shorts collude. They meet at Harry's bar telephonically and they agree and they start moving things around and selling. They turn on their machines and it comes back down. it's not a CRTD that goes to almost $2 approximately, and then sits around $1.50, and then the CEO, who may or may not be part of the whole gig, turns down a $3 offer, asks for $5 when he would have been in charge of the whole thing, busts it, so the stock goes from 150 to 40 cents to 20 cents to 10 cents, then to 5 cents, and then it does a 500 for one reverse split. This is not Railtown. Railtown is not MULN that has a great story, but every time the stock's up, they do a deal, and so you have nothing. It's not. I don't know. I'm trying to pick neutral stocks that you don't own right now, but it's not one of these stocks that requires whales to come in, and then you're going to see the shorts are going to be trapped, and it's going to trigger, it's going to run up, and then the dividend is going to catch them out. And oh, by the way, they're merging in another company, and they're going to distribute, uh, a Picasso. I don't mind all those attempts. I'm not questioning that. But those are ways to try to beat a system that, as Pat Burns calls it, is essentially a river of money coming from two guys named Vinny and Paulie at running the Goldman Sachs stock loan department. And it feeds attorneys, it feeds regulators, it feeds the commission desks of institutions, it feeds market makers, it feeds all these little cowardly pests that show up. And it allows people like the Toad to make riches beyond compare. No one wants to end it. No one wants to end it. And Railtown isn't one of those stocks. It is not a stock where you're hoping to catch fire, that as the stock goes up, that there's cash calls and then there's buy-ins and the stock goes to the moon. I think GME, maybe AMC, that did happen during that government check period, perhaps. I think it was probably institutional money that set them up. But I haven't really seen a squeeze since then. I know they're out there. We hear about them afterwards. But every time we get 10x or 15x, it seems like the system can come grind it down. And they have the waiting power and the staying power. And they don't want the river of money to dry up. And the source of that river is Goldman Sachs trading desk. It is the DTCC. It is Bill Clinton changing what you own into a securities entitlement instead of actually owning stock. And by the way, I think that's a failure to disclose issue. He's still talking. He's amazing. I'm going to vote for him for president. It's just amazing. I'm going back. After Trump, it's going to be Hakeem. AOC is getting chubby because she got married. But she still has the cameras. She still has that allure. And she has something. I think second to Donald Trump is AOC in terms of getting the cameras anywhere she goes. She really gets the attention. And I don't know when that runs out. How old is she? 30? 36? I don't know. But I think she'll have it a long time. I'm getting chubby. I gotta lose weight. So now what? Is joining in my hero. Good job. Good job. That's awesome. All right, Justin. Yay, Justin. Justin jumped into the pool. Awesome. We're all going to have a good 4th of July. That's great, Justin. Hey, Cliff Duran. I am doing well. So Northwest is telling you, because he wants you to move over and save his ass because he's short Railtown. But you don't know who Northwest is. I don't. But let me just quickly tell you where Railtown is. The bid is 46 cents. The bid is 46 cents. There are times you don't fight the tape. The ask is 46.52. The high on the day is 46.20. Now, Northwest is coming in and telling you, let me just see if I have G-Bucks here. I don't. I have to, there it is. He's telling you G-Bucks is squeezing. I beg to differ. There's no indication that G-Bucks is squeezing. It's up 53%. There's definitely a surge of buying unexpectedly. And my own opinion, it's buying before July 4th, then Saturday's the 5th, Sunday's the 6th, Monday's the 7th. So what's the buying? To qualify for the dividend. That's what I see here. And as soon as it's ex-dividend, the sell-off will come. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's bigger than that. And apparently the dividend is supposed to be something unique. That's good. That's good. But I don't see any indication that G-Bucks is squeezing. This looks like volume to buy to get the dividend. It may squeeze, it may start moving next week. You don't know. But you can't be in every stock. So what are the odds? And now Northwest wants to call your attention that G-Bucks is trading, well, now it's 177,000 shares. That is a normal expansion of volume to try to get the dividend. And maybe there's excitement on the conference calls. I haven't heard it. But I would say that G-Bucks is chasing a stock that's trying to put all the pieces together so it can launch, and it may. But it's also the 7th month, maybe 8th month since the shorts got in trouble. Is that still soon enough that they are in trouble? I'm telling you, Railtown is as solid as a locomotive. It's not Usain Bolt who can run a sprint. Railtown can once it starts, and it can take you where you want to go. Oh, you were waiting for your paycheck. Yeah. Well, nobody knows for sure. Next week, Monday, maybe it's only 50 cents. Maybe it's maybe Tuesday it's 55 cents. Wednesday it's 60 cents. We don't know, but the odds favor it being much higher next week. It's breaking out. I'm just from the chart. I'm not saying it's squeezing. I'm not saying that like Northwest is saying to you. Northwest wants you to play in your emotional reptile part of your brain. I'm asking you to play or invest, more importantly, with the rational, not the irrational, with the rational. And It involves some of the cost of investing in Railtown is to learn to discipline and say, I'm not going to play those other, I'm not going to listen. And if I listen, I'm not going to get distracted. I'm not going to try to hop here, hop there, hop. Because one hop, if it works, you'll try it more times and Northwest will get your money. Or at least the people that pay Northwest will get your money. You might miss one. You know, uh, uh, this WOLF, if everyone had listened to Lyon's rather cryptic, hey, look at Wolf, it's squeezing. It looks like it's getting ready to squeeze. I looked at the chart. There's nothing on the chart that showed that to me. But he didn't explain himself, maybe because he was busy with his own live. I don't know. But that tripled. So if you'd listened to Lyon last week, there's a triple now. But that gets you in the habit of hopping. Every time you hear a story, hop, 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 hop. And when it works, you'll take that money and do it another time and you can lose it. Oh, the clapping.
Thank you for your service, your
done?
patriotism,
Are you done?
your courage, your heroism, and your sacrifice. Lifting up the freedom that is America. You are not suckers, you are heroes.
Oh, he's talking about the military?
You're not suckers, you're heroes.
Yeah. I'm sure the military is on your side.
We're thankful for your service.
Very carefully trained. This is how you talk.
The men and women.
Let's turn the page in this notebook.
No better hype person than Frederica Wilson.
This won't end.
So my dad.
Are you going to end?
As I mentioned, grew up in Newark. My mom.
Oh.
In Bristol, Connecticut.
Oh, Lordy. Lordy. Hey, Red Pepperoni. I'm glad you're on the Railtown Express. Hey, Gary. Well, I think it's going to be the local for a little while. I think it'll go up in increments. It'll be the local. But then, at some point, it'll break out, and then it'll be the express train to wherever it's headed in the intermediate term. But, stay strong. I know it's hard. Everything on my screen is green. It's almost as if Wall Street, as they say with the bigger stocks, everything's turning bullish. I don't know. One other explanation for it is nobody wants to be short a stock over a 3-day weekend. There's a lot of risk. So they may just be tidying up their books, and then they'll come back next week and hit things again. They're all about not losing money and odds and probability. When they get you hopping and moving, and it happens to me too. We're all human. We're playing with our gambling side. Railtown isn't a gamble. Railtown is not a hyped stock. Railtown is not a promoted stock. Railtown is not a stock where a group of whales are buying up all the float, and then you have to bring in a couple of deals and you have to do a dividend, and there's a huge short position, and then it's going to squeeze. That's not the story. Railtown is the real deal when it comes to AI. Railtown is the real deal when it comes to taking advantage of the huge capacity of data centers being built to process whatever it's called, gigabools or something, just gigantic amounts of data. Railtown's AI is there first in class, first to market in what Corey calls the biggest market, software development and maintenance and creation. Uh, uh, as Railtown defines its revenues, and it just has to be predictions. It has to show some performance over the next months, quarters. But if they can show reasonable predictions, the valuations jump. And we know that AI Partners is doing 400 million in revenue. We know that. Of course, you're taking it on faith, but I saw it on Twitter. So if they buy 100 million of that, if they get 50 million of that, if they get 25 million of that, and the multiple's 100 times, that's $2.5 billion. That's $20 a share. Railtown is now 46 cents, 45 to 46. Volume has slowed down. Hakeem is still amazing. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 women listening attentively right behind him. Wow, they're talking to each other. He's got one guy that looks like he might be, he could be anything. He could be Indian, Pakistani, South American, but he's, something like that. And a white guy, he looks like he's corn-fed. So he could be and now they brought in a black guy to sit where a woman was, and now he's on TV. Then there's a guy from probably Silicon Valley. He looks, don't know, Hawaiian or Japanese. And then there's the white guy. But they all love what he's saying. They all love what he's saying. I'm bored with what he's saying. Railf is my NVIDIA. Yes, and you can expand on that. I think this is very comparable to NVIDIA. I don't know that it's going to go to $1,000 a share. I'm not saying it won't, but you're getting in Railtown in a sort of an equivalent opportunity. You're actually buying Railtown now. When Railtown intentionally was early. They went out they've done software development their whole careers, and they've done deals their whole careers. This guy, Corey Brandolini, has put together deals, and I believe we can look. I believe at least one of his was sold to Microsoft. Marwan Haddad has done that as well. So they know software, and they found a problem over all those years in software development, but also in existing software, of bugs and things going haywire. And you heard him say it. They used to have an alarm on their floor, and everybody would have to stop everything and all hands on deck to locate the problem, fix it, uninstall, reinstall. Very expensive. Well, their conductor product, and they've got 3 others, does this all automatically and in minutes, saving time and money, and more importantly, being efficient and productive. Well, they built all that to solve the problem before they call it compute. I hate it. The power of the computers was there. But now we have the data centers. Now we have, more importantly, the huge, like you've pointed out, the huge bricks or chips or whatever it's called that NVIDIA is making, which just ginormous leaps in computing power. And in fact, it's called quantum computing, quantum leap. And these things are setting up AI 2.0. And AI 2.0 has just begun. Several, James Altucher, the guy, I think his name is Jones at Morgan Stanley, Adam Jones, I think, just pointing out that the AI 2.0 is going to revolutionize our lives, and particularly yours when you're younger than I am. GDP, wealth, and I'll read through some of the notes I took from Altucher's video, but it's going to transform the technology space. Actually, Altucher says it's the biggest technological breakthrough of all. And so you've got these guys created a product early, they're ready to go. They tested it, it learned, and it works and it can scale. But as those data centers, as quantum computing comes in, as these new NVIDIA chips come in, it's the processing speed and the powerful increase in computers that allows AI 2.0 to get going. And Railtown's ready. It's right there. It's ready. It's not an idea. It's not a, hey, why don't we do this? It's not a team that Morgan Stanley's going to put together with a new set of just out of school brainiacs that have an idea. This is already done. And the guys that have done it, Corey Brandolini, Marwan Haddad, and there's some others, they've done it before. They know how to put a technology company together to grow the revenues, to not sell it too soon, but also they have a willingness to sell it. So this may end up being a one decision company. You can go about your life without all the anxiety. You'll have to find something to do instead of trading stocks, or maybe you just do that a little bit, but that's gambling. I would try to block all that out of your life. You can make everything you've lost, plus maybe a good chunk of what you were dreaming to make, just by buying this and holding Railtown. This was written a year ago with the target of $2 speculative buy. That doesn't even include AI Partners. AI Partners, 160 companies in a network conceived and created by presidents and CEOs of OMERS, the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, and by John Ruffalo, who is one of the guys behind, or the architect of, Constellation Software. What's Constellation Software? It still trades, CSU. Let's see if I can get a quote. It's Canadian, so I might not be able to. Doesn't show up, of course. So let me put a dot. Anyway, in it, you can look it up. Constellation Software. It took over a decade, basically 2013. They started, I think, 2006, but they were learning how to do it and whatever. But from that breakout point in 13 to now, it's basically gone from under $10, maybe well under $10. I can't tell on the chart, to $5,000 a share, Canadian. And their idea, this is John Ruffalo, who's involved here, and others, but their idea is you roll up software companies, which is a mature business, low margins, but you keep the original people in place. I don't know how they do their revenue splits, but they do hundreds of these a year. And the number of shares in Constellation Software still is only 20 million. So if they apply this same model to AI, where there's high margin, where it's a new business, it's not mature at all, and they get in early, they've got 160 companies, a little bit more than that, already in their wheelhouse. They can pick the best. We know they're doing 400 million in revenue. I think that's why it's taken so long to get this MOU converted to a binding agreement. But when that's done, they can use AI partners as feedstock of 160 companies to roll up into Railtown using the model of Constellation Software, which is about accruing revenues, repeatable revenues, without diluting your share base. Pretty powerful story. So I do think it's your NVIDIA. I do think of that. The reason we're getting in at these prices is because of the restriction on the stock, which I think is going to end soon. I don't know when for sure, but everybody's at vacation right now. I'm sure all the teams in Canada working on this, they're on vacation. They're probably taking the whole week off. And in the United States, everybody's going on vacation today. If they didn't start earlier, they're going to take the whole week and the weekend off. It may go until Tuesday or Wednesday, but I think you got to plan on, at least from the Canada end, that they come back to work maybe by tomorrow or today, but certainly by Monday. And I think it's going to kick off. Hey, Gary, that's great. Let me write that down. That's a great position. That's an awesome position. Awesome. Ryan Sartell, I convinced a family member to buy shares. All right, Ryan, I like that. I like that. That's good. We'll find out maybe later how much they have, maybe. Where do you see Railtown moving? I mean, obviously, it depends on when, but I think Railtown will give I started with a target at 350. Now I'd have to say 460, but basically, I think, and I'll try to show you what my thoughts are on that. But I think, here, I have it from yesterday. It's all damaged. So let me color it in. But I think Railtown, we're getting in when you buy in a private company or a early stage company, you put up your money and then you have to wait. Ironically, we're probably paying more than the angel round, but we may only be paying roughly what many investors paid. I don't know. I don't know all the rounds, and I guess I could read them on the Canadian SEC, but I don't think it's worth it to be exact in my statement because uh, when this research came out, this was 60 cents. It's now 45 cents. So you're still buying cheaper than this research, which has a target of $2 US. And it came out on July 2nd last year. But what I see is you've got 6 years of valuation relatively flat. I mean, when you zoom out and look back, it's relatively flat. I mean, if you zoomed in, you would probably see the value moving up a little bit, but it's irrelevant. This 6 months is R&D, angel round, friends and family, founders round, all comes in. But that's where we are. We're basically at the 40-cent range. I think I wrote it here, 40 cents, because of the merger. I didn't expect this merger to show up. I thought the stock, as it brought in the commercial business it's working on, would go up a hockey stick, 10x. And I wrote the 10x there. So 350, 35 cents to 350. And then maybe be bought out. But what happened is they entered negotiations of the AI partners, and it put everything in a cage for 4 months. So we're sitting here, and this first amount hasn't happened because they can't announce anything. They have announced 2 deals and 1 product, but it can't really kick off while it's still in this restriction period. Well, now they're buying AI partners, and this becomes, to me, you move this starting point up to here. That's a starting point. So I think you've got 10x as the company leaps to a new starting point because of the revenue, the 160 companies in AI partners. And so from that, I think you're going to see 10x, possibly in a buyout, another 10x. So to answer your question, I see the stock going, I'll use 50 cents. I see the stock going to $5 and then to $50, let's say over 18 months. But in technology, remember, things start moving really quickly. And if Wall Street starts raising, which I believe it is, that's my biggest urgency. If Wall Street is raising hundreds of billions of dollars through all manner of products so they can earn fees, do investment banking, and then create commission, revenue runs for their system, and et cetera. I think it could all be much more. A lot of things could accelerate, but where we are with Railtown, we don't have an idea of their revenues for sure. It was on Twitter that AI Partners does 400 million. If we just get part of that, Railtown at current multiples. I mean, I'll show you one. Just using Railtown's purchase of AI. Railtown has 4 products, 4 companies, I guess you'd call them. It says building world-class AI-powered developers tools. Railtown Technologies Suite helps developers build software, all those reasons. But here's our companies: Conductor, Railtrax, Langtrax, and however you pronounce that, Shredder. And then they mentioned another product a couple of weeks ago. Ignoring revenue from that, and they've already announced 2 companies that are revenue deals. They didn't put revenue in it, but just ignoring that completely. That was the original idea. Then you have AI Partners, which is 160 companies doing $400 million in revenue. They're already doing it, or they're. I guess I don't know. Maybe it's a run rate, but I got this number on Twitter from a very credible source. So 160 companies. I believe what's going on. The Railtown is trying not to make the mistake of other companies where they buy one company and then try to run with that as they negotiate with others. Then the shorts come in and destroy companies. So anyway, before I move off this page, let me just show you this. The last 91 M&A deals over the last 6 years, the average right over here, the average multiple is 25 times revenue. Those are done and dusted deals, 25 times revenue. Currently, revenue is worth 100 to 150x. But so there's 400 million. Now, let's just say they focus on 10 companies. They do 90-10. Well, let's do it differently. Let's say it's 80-20, and then let's say it's 80-20 again, 80% again. So 320 million times 0.8. Yeah, let's say that they get, instead of the 400 million, they focus on 10% of the companies. So they focus on 10%, which is 16 companies, and they get 250 million of revenue locked up. If the 160 are doing 400 million projected or however now, and they do 90-10, 80-20 is 320. If you take 320 times 80% to do that again, 20%, the 80-20 a second time, you get 250 million in revenue. Now let's say they've negotiated that over these last months to get 16 companies, but let's discount it, because maybe they're only getting 10 companies or something. So let's discount it. Let's start with 200 million. They're going to focus on the best companies. And then let's say if they're following the Constellation software model, I don't know how that model works. We'll find out. But I know it's it's those are the guys, and it's been so successful. Let's say they only net out, because they do a revenue sharing deal with the founders, so they don't issue a lot of stock. I don't know how it works. So let's say they just net 100 million out of the gate. Do you know that the multiples now, the high multiple was 50x, and the multiples now are 100 to 150 times? If we use 50x, let me show that to you. Right there, 54.8. Multiples have changed. The market's moved in our favor. If we use 50x as a valuation, these are all early stage companies. If we use 50x as a valuation, you've got a $5 billion company. $5 billion company. And then if you take $5 billion, they have 140 million shares outstanding. I don't think they're going to issue many shares if they follow the Constellation software. Let's divide it by 150 million shares. That's $33 a share. $33 a share. I started with 400 million, took it down to 200, then took it to 100 million. I used 50x. Deals are being done at 100x and 150x. That's 5 billion. It gets it to $3 a share, $33 a share. That's only using the current or February's revenue numbers for 160 companies. It's only using part of those, but it's not using any of Railtown's own revenues. And you've got to ask yourself, why did AI Partners choose to link up with Railtown? I think I have the answer. It's Conductor. It's their first to market, battle tested, world first in class AI tool. And I'm not including any revenue from that. They're going to cross sell that their AI tools across 160 companies, but that's just the start. They've already announced 2 other companies, and they're marketing their products. So, in other words, what if the revenue isn't 100 million? What if it's 400 million? What if it's 200 million? All of a sudden, you got a company worth 10 billion. Or alternatively, you can change that 50x and say that the revenue is 200 million. You still come up with 33. I think the company is going to go from, now I have to bump up to keep my easy arithmetic, but I think it's going to go from 50 cents to $5 in that first. I think it should be the starting point should be 10x from here. And then from there, I think you can see $50. And who knows where it gets bought out? Because I don't think it'll be sold for $50. So, because it's going to be growing. So anyway, I answered your question. Hey, good morning, Julie. You're free from worries about, yes, exactly. We'll just ease our mind. All right, so now what? Did I already? All right. 10,000 is a good number. 10,000. All right, so DB did the trading shuffle, and we've got to give credit where credit's due. He sold Railtown a couple of days ago, and I think made a small profit. He bought G-Bucks, and now he sold the G-Bucks for a 50% gain, and he's buying more Railtown. And that's great. Congratulations. It worked, but it's risky. I once, at my old neighborhood, I was sitting at the local store having a bagel, or not, it probably wasn't a bagel, but something, and a coffee, sitting outside, nice weather. And there's an alleyway, and on Tuesdays, I guess it was, or Thursdays, these big municipal dump trucks would back in, and they're so big they just barely fit down the alleyway. But there at the time there was 4 restaurants there, so there's a lot of rat attracting dumpsters, junk to collect. So they beep as they're backing up. There's traffic, and once they get going, they keep going. The guy looks out his mirrors, and he can't see directly behind his truck, but he beeps for a while, and people normally wait. I watched this one neighbor, a woman in her mid-70s, sprightly. She heard the beeping, and she made a decision as the truck is moving to try to quickly cut behind the truck to get in the store. And I watched in absolute horror, because the truck, there are these steel poles, and then there's a metal fence, wrought iron. And the truck is backing up. And as it's backing up, these are iron bumpers. It's a huge truck. As it's backing up, the guy can't see her, and he's steadily moving. She decides to do it. She cut through with such a margin of error that my heart was pounding. I thought, oh my God, I can't watch this. But she made it through. So did she make the correct decision? It worked out. It worked out fine. And she saved, you know what she saved? She saved about a minute of her precious time. So I guess she got the benefit. But I would argue that her decision to bolt and cut in front of a moving monstrosity was a stupid decision. I'm not saying your decision was stupid, but it was risky. It was a risky decision. And I think your decision to trade was risky, but it worked, and I congratulate you. I don't want people here trying to do that, though. You can. You're a professional. Anybody can do whatever they want, but getting into that hopping around it's how you have these gut-wrenching losses and then depression, and you can't get back going. This is not Railtown. That was my reaction the other day. The fact that G-Bucks is up, I guess you made a call that the dividend would bring in buying. And I like that you sold it. That's one thing I do like. I'm not saying it won't go up. That's the weird thing. G-Bucks could have huge success, and it could be a winning trade. But it's about probabilities and timing. And I think Railtown could double next week. Could the other one do it? Sure, maybe. But the other one, I think, at some point it blows up and it pulls back. however up is. And for me, I'm not talking about you. For me, I'm convinced that I don't know when to sell these things. I could have sold GTII at $8 or $9. I could have sold Finger at $8 or $9. I could have sold CRTD at $1.50. And Railtown, the weird thing is, I really, unless you're trading, I don't think you have to get in that mood of, oh, when should I sell it? Do I need to do that? You just take a deep breath, as one trader in one of these books says, get it right and sit tight. And that's different than these others. So I do congratulate you. That's a very good trade. I think it was risky, but it paid off. And I think you deserve credit for that. Doesn't mean it wasn't a low odds trade, maybe. Because the thing is, well, maybe that's what you were thinking. You were thinking, look, everyone's on vacation. Nothing's going to happen in Canada. Oh my gosh, the cheering. The cheering.
Tax breaks for billionaires, permanent. Tax breaks for everybody else expire.
Oh, the cheering.
That's not the way to stand up for everyday Americans. That's extraordinary. Representative Stephen Horsford's amendments.
Every time they're clapping, I figure he's done, but he's never done. But anyway, congratulations, DB. I'm not short Railtown. Okay, but oh, you also, I got, okay. Then I misunderstood what you were suggesting. I don't think G-Bucks is in a squeeze right now. That could change. But to my, and I could be wrong. Make no mistake about it. Anything can happen with any stock. But my view is, if I were in a position to give advice to a client, and a client had all of these stocks, I would tell her to sell all of them and buy Railtown now. Because she's not going to be able to buy Railtown at these prices, maybe Monday. But I'd certainly think by midweek next week, there's a good chance. Anything can happen, but there's a good chance that Railtown's twice the price. So that's why I'm being insistent. I do not see any of these so-called squeeze plays working the way we expect them to. I've been in it. I've been in many of the plays. None have squeezed. None. And at some point, do I keep going back and banging my head on the brick wall, or do I keep calling the same girl? No, I never do that. But do I or do I adapt? And fortuitously, Railtown's come along. And I think Railtown, just to repeat myself, Railtown is guys that have done it before. What's it? Created valuable software products and companies with revenue streams that they then sell to Microsoft, that they then sell to other, it's in their website, they then sell to other big companies. It's guys that know how to value their own company, so they're not going to get taken advantage of. And it's guys that had a plan to create a product too soon, because they didn't know when the computing power would leap quantumly. They didn't know when data centers would jump to the fore. They didn't know when NVIDIA and the other companies would create the powerful processing units. But they wanted to be ready to go. And guess what? They are ready. Other companies will join in. I mean, everything from a Nixie who announces that they're using AI to power dealing with telecoms. Well, what kind of AI? There's different qualities of AI. There's a company out there that Microsoft invested $1.5 billion in. 1.5 billion AI company. Everyone got excited. I don't remember the name right now. And turns out it wasn't AI 2.0. It was barely AI. When someone would query, there was a room full of 700 Indians with computers back in Delhi or wherever they were answering. It was a lot like Elizabeth Thanos. What was her name? Elizabeth. The blood company. It was just a con job. But there's a difference between just saying, well, it's AI. It's a buzzword, and a real product. And what these guys did is solve a problem that every software developer and software development team and company has, because they lived it over the last 20, 30 years. And they created the solution, which was AI, self-learning, proprietary, and it didn't go out and search the entire World Wide Web for information. It's something you plug in to your own deep software capabilities at your company. I guess it's the difference between a river in the Grand Canyon when it's flowing and the Mississippi. These others go out and they get all the data, but everybody can do it. Everyone can see what they're doing, and they have access to the information. This is proprietary, and it solves problems specifically inside of that company and that company's customers and products. Yet, the conductor is designed to interface or communicate rapidly, swiftly with all data development tools and languages. And in fact, you can use your voice, you can use it's like a big translator. It's a big conductor. It's conducting the flow of data and information. And what's happening is this conductor is meeting with tremendous demand and applause. It's revolutionary. And so Northwest, thank you for buying Railtown. I don't know how much you have, but maybe I do. I don't know. I'm just going to write down your name so that I add it to the number of participants. But that's great. I'm glad you bought Railtown and you're in Railtown. Go Hawks added to wow, go Hawks. I don't know what a Hawk is. Is it a basketball team? 77. That's awesome. That's awesome, Hawks. They're cheering. Is he almost done?
But we're going to continue to stand with our teachers and stand with our public schools all across the United States of America. That's what House Democrats.
Oh, God. Hey, Scott, that's the the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, he's speaking in the House right now. And I think what they're trying to do is make it so the Republicans lose some votes. And they keep changing in people. Here comes a woman with a pink hat. She must be from Texas. It's a pink cowboy hat. Now she took it off. He's got staying power. I started hearing him around 2 o'clock last night. So I don't know when he took the time to take a pee. Maybe he's wearing a diaper. Yeah, exactly, Giuseppe. DB, your move worked, ballsy, but more rails. That's great. Yeah, I agree with DB. I agree with Giuseppe on that. That's great, Jeff. Appreciate that, sir. And Mike N, congratulations to you. So now what has 10K? Let me make sure. I think I wrote it down. Yeah, I wrote that down. Bravo, bravo. Hey, Beth. No more information on Finger? Well, I talked about it. At length yesterday. We've only got half an hour for people to buy Railtown. So um, let me. Do you mind if I come back in 30 minutes to answer that? I'm glad to talk about Finger. Um, my basic call on Finger was correct this year. It was about $1.04 that I started saying, "Wow, this looks good. It looks like you could make a move," and all in the dollars range, like $1.20, $1.30, $1.10, all that. People would ask here live, and I said, "Look, I think you can double, triple, 4, 5x your money. I think it can go to me," and I did charts. I said easily it's going to $2, but it could go to $3, $4, $5, $6, and it did. It went to 5 something. I talked about Finger quite at length at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. I've answered questions on it, and you probably didn't see that, but I've answered questions on the dividend, on the audit, on the earnings, on the contract, on the short squeeze, on the a bunch of things. And I got a lot of pushback, outright anger at me. Uh, I suggested that the company would raise money, and people said, no, they're not. Only shorts say that. I suggested that the company, that we needed to see the annual report to really get a sense of what the power of the C2 contract is. And I also suggested the dividend would be delayed, and people didn't like to hear that. Anyway, let me talk about it in 30 minutes. My buddy just sent me a Way More Blues cover. Got my name painted on my shirt. I ain't no an ordinary dude. I don't have to work. Love that line. Trying to remember that song. I have Way More's Blues. I think that's where it's I grew up in Wyoming, in and around Jackson's Hole. That song, I think, is on there. And I think Elvis is on there. Nobody knows I'm Elvis. Nobody knows but me. I think that's on Way More Blues, but I don't remember that line. Let me find that. Let me write it down. I'll find that line. Got my name painted on my shirt. I'll look up the song. I wish I still had my stereos set up. Haven't figured out your coaching move to dump. I haven't figured out your coaching move to dump 160K ZJYO to get more rails, but it was brilliant. Well, thank you for doing it. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm not getting any benefit out of this other than I feel like I'm, I don't know, called to do it. I don't know. Look, the bid on Railtown now is 46 cents. But I'm glad you did that, Steve. It's very powerful. And you know what? I don't know what, if you did it now, I don't think you would have anywhere near the number of shares of Railtown that you do. And so I'm glad you did it. Oh. Hawks is for Hawkeyes. I've been in Rail for a year now. Yeah, I think I started talking about Rail maybe September, but so you've been in it longer than I've heard about it. Thanks for all your attention. I can't believe no one else is talking about this stock. I know, I can't. They will be. Railtown will be. I believe that's probably a prediction I should make. I think Railtown will become a meme stock. I hate it. I hate it. I don't want to be in all that. I don't want it to get to be, I don't want this to be hot money. But what if it did all of a sudden, get on the front pages? We'll have a decision to make if that happens. Not predicting it. It's not why to buy it. But, we have to always adapt and adjust, Hurry up and buy. Well, I hope I don't sound like that, but I guess that's the message. We got 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes to add to your position of Railtown at 46 cents, almost 47 cents. And I think next week you won't see it under 50 cents. And maybe it'll be 80 cents, 90 cents next week. That's a call I'm making. But that's mainly because I guess it's three things. One, the merger announcement February 11th with AI Partners. Come July 11th, I think that's 5 months. It's just long in the tooth to get the darn thing done. That's one. So I expect that deal gets announced as finito, definitivito, anytime. The second thing is, and that brings in buyers. That takes it off the restricted list, and that brings in buyers. And that's where I get the short-term 10x target from. Now, look, when I say right now, I'm using a target of $5. I've incrementally gone from $3.50 as my target to $5 as that starting point jump. I'm saying almost that there will be a quantum leap from 50 cents to $5, and the starting point won't be 50 cents. The starting point of the story will be $5. Now, is there a magic to $5? No, it could be 6 or 7. It could also be 2 or 3. I don't know, but I do a lot of thinking about revenues, different sources, plugging in numbers, and then I come up with a valuation. Then I chop that, I discount it, and almost every calculation I did came up around 350 after severe discounting. So I can stand it saying $5. I think that's possible, more than possible. It's likely. But my point is $5 becomes the starting point. 50 cents is not the starting point. It's going to have a quantum jump to its starting point. That's my theory. That's my thesis. And from there, I still think you got 10x, 20x, and maybe much more than that ahead of you. But then there'll be a story, and then there'll be research, and then it'll end up on chat groups. But I don't think it's going to be 46 cents very much longer. And that's the third reason. The chart has broken out. The chart is broken out. So that's, and I guess another thing is I expected action, I guess naively, in June on the merger, simply because end of June was end of the second quarter, end of the first 6 months, and it shouldn't take more than 30, 40, 60 days on a normal merger. But then, as time's gone by, I've already explained, I'm not going to do it again right now. We've only got 20 minutes. I think what they're doing is locking down as many of those roll-ups as possible so they don't make the mistake of only signing up one company and then the criminals come in, short the price, and all the other deals are impossible without massive dilution. So I think that's what's going on, and it's really encouraging for the value of Railtown. Really encouraging. All right. Saved 3 cents on the sale and made 7 cents on the buy on tons of shares. How can I compensate you? I don't know. I didn't do it to get compensated. Let's just table that for now. I just hope you make a lot of money. I hope everyone buying Railtown meaningfully changes their financial position. And we'll see how life is down the road. But that's for now. That's all my goal is that everybody here becomes financially secure, independently stable because of this trade, if they're in it. I haven't seen a trade like this in a long time, and I didn't think I'd have this much time to talk about it, frankly. I'm surprised every day that when I open my computer, there isn't news and the stock's not up 50 cents, but I think that's coming. And when you think about it, it makes sense it could be next week. The Canadian Home Office probably a lot of people took last Thursday off and the entire weekend through Wednesday, through yesterday, at least. I bet Canada was vacation town. So it makes sense that once we got into June, that last week of June, that nothing happened. It makes sense now that I look back. So I would assume everybody there is coming back to work probably today. But then everyone here is gone. I bet most of this city's empty from last night. And I bet New York City is too. Miami, they might be working, but they're probably working from the beach or from the yacht. So I don't think they'll come back until Tuesday. So I suppose that Monday could be a shot from a U.S. market standpoint to still be buying under 50 cents. But remember, Canada is going to be back in full force, and Canada is where the action is in Railtown. So, wow, Brandon, a group pushed 100 more. So does that change your amount? Let me look. What amount do I have for you? All right, so I had you down at 40 and then a friend for 22. So collectively, all right, I got it. I got it. A group at work has 100. All right, I got it figured out. That's great, Brandon. You'll never pay for a round of drinks again. Fantastic, Brandon. That's awesome. All right, you were right. My thinking, as many of us do, was all wrong. Dump the losers and make up the losses from Railtown. I was hard-headed. Well, it's not often that there's a stock that's just standing there. The unique thing about Railtown is, and the reason I started talking about it last September, and to partially answer Beth's question, Railtown's not new. I've been talking about it. It might be October, but to my memory, it was September. I'll try to find some reference in my notebooks and with a date on it and see if I can tell you. But I've been talking about Railtown, Beth, for months, for months. But the I I really did follow and still like finger motion, but and I did the interviews and all that, but people didn't like my call. I was saying when I was 5 or 4, why don't you sell calls? Why don't you sell some of your position? And that didn't go over very well. So finger to me, Beth, just let me take 15 more minutes before I talk about finger, because there's 15 minutes to buy Railtown. If there's any of you considering buying it, I urge you, not financial advice, but I urge you to swallow your hesitation and buy it today. That doesn't mean that it won't, you might be able to buy it cheaper on Monday, maybe, but I don't think so. And I think this is a breakout, and it's a holiday season. And as I was starting to say, I thought in the third and fourth quarter of last year that Railtown was going to have that jump 5x, 10x. That's why I started talking about it, simply because it was a software company. There's a different term, large language model or generative AI or whatever, but software company that was ready to go commercial. It went from R&D to commercial, and revenues were going to grow exponentially, and the value would grow exponentially. So I figured as soon as they got some contracts in, they were already partners with Microsoft, already partners with NVIDIA. They've since become partners with AMD. As their revenues go up, the obvious buyer is a NVIDIA, an AMD, a Microsoft, or someone else. And the fact that it's in this fast growing revenue, the hockey stick of technology, that's all I needed to hear it, because I've experienced this so much before and witnessed it. The big companies, first they partner with you and then they buy you out. So that was as far as my initial recommendations went. And I'll go so far as to say, particularly after listening to Corey Brandolini's last video, I played it for you yesterday. He mentioned, let me just make sure I get I didn't write down he mentioned GitHub, which is owned by Microsoft. GitHub is projecting gross GDP by, I don't know what year, but in 1 year worldwide, gross GDP will increase. I assume it's not this year. I assume it's, over the next years. But let's say, it doesn't say here, but let's say in 2030, maybe it's sooner. But he said that GitHub is saying that gross GDP could increase by 1.5 trillion just because of AI 2.0, sorry. So anyway, when Corey talked on his video, he said that he mentioned, and I'm paraphrasing, so if I have it wrong, you can watch the video. But he paraphrased that Conductor could be bundled in with the apps in GitHub. That's what I wrote down. Branded in with the apps in GitHub. Well, that's just huge. Well, if you conceptually can think of Microsoft as selling developer tools to the whole wide range of individual and corporate, is this ending?
Public interest at all times, today, tomorrow, always, and forever.
Is that it? Oh, they love him. So anyway, it's not over. The natural buyer, back when I first talked about it, is Microsoft, because it's the biggest name on that screen, and they're in two places with Microsoft. So that was my theory in September, October, November, December. During sort of that January, February, March area, I was watching Finger pretty closely, and I made good predictions on it. As it turns out, I'm not bragging or anything, but the biggest thing. All right, I got 9 minutes. Let's go through the remaining Railtown. What's happened with Railtown though is since they went out to market themselves, they got to British Columbia's conference, apparently the best in the world for AI, or one of the best, and they ran into this group called AI Partners. They linked up with the network to cross-sell Conductor across 160 AI companies, private, and use their customers, and they hit it off. Out of those 165 companies, the founders of AI Partners, who at least one of the guys was one of the early players in Constitution software, $1 to $5,000 Canadian over a decade. He started AI Partners. So he knows deals. He knows rolling up deals. That's what Constitution software does. And so there's 165 companies, and then AI, or maybe they were the 165th, but Railtown AI comes in, and all of a sudden, this guy, this team who knows deals, decides we want to be bought. We want to join Railtown AI. Remember, these are all private companies. Railtown's public, so it's logical that Railtown's the buyer. But who's buying whom? Who's zooming who? What's really for sale? Conductor. And so you got 7 minutes to buy Railtown if you're inclined. And it's now 47 cents. It broke out. And the tape is telling you something. I'm just screaming at you. The bid is $46.50. I feel like Jesse Livermore. I'm actually seeing something in the tape. But it's 50,000 by 88,000. There's not 88,000 for sale. All the lessons we've learned from Ham and from others through this short selling phase, we can apply here. And I'm sure Ham at some point will at least I don't know about understand is the wrong word, but he'll know about Railtown. But right now he's focused on, like Beth said, Finger, G-Bucks, QNTM, I think, Quantum Biosciences. He's got good trading ideas. Now it's 48 cents. Well, not quite 48 cents. It's 47.7. Anyway, you're welcome. I'm not. The only reason I hesitate, Steve, is I'm not a wealthy guy now in my phase of life. But I didn't do it for you to compensate me, and I didn't do it for anybody here to compensate me. I think a large part of why I'm doing it is I see a group of people who have been burned by this criminal system. And I really couldn't live with myself if I didn't tell you the story and if I didn't be forceful with it, because I think people are going to regret not buying Railtown. And I think Railtown is the stock that can not only change your framework so you get out of this gambling den, this opium den of these lowlifes. I'm not talking about anyone you know. I'm talking about all the extended people in the shadows that sell from Canada, sell from Germany, sell from Panama. You can get away from all of that permanently and get away from that trading. And then I think Railtown can make back all of the losses, but the key is you got to buy enough of it. I don't see a lot of downside risk in Railtown, even though it's a speculative company. So within that context, within that umbrella, but I don't see a lot of downside risk. And in return for that, it has the 10x, the 20x, the 100x. And believe it or not, I gasp when I write down the real revenues that would be possible. It could even be better than that. But it's going to take time. And so it's going to have to be a change in framework. Set it and forget it. Unless it gets way out of speed on the upside, we'll have to think that through. But this might be a one decision stock. You buy it, and in the example, just using the video the other day, just making it up, I have no knowledge. He says they're bundled in with the apps in GitHub. Or maybe he said, I don't remember his full sentence. This is all I wrote down. Bundled in with apps in GitHub. Well, if Microsoft's the buyer, maybe you don't ever even have to make a sell decision. You just hold on for the ride, and Microsoft exchanges Railtown for stock. But it could be Apple or it could be Tesla. I'm just picking a big name, a big boy. And I just we got 3 minutes. I just really, Steve, I don't know you personally, but it would have, I think for the rest of my life, I couldn't sleep if I hadn't told you about Railtown and been forceful, because Railtown can make up the losses, but it can also put you in the green. And Railtown, believe it or not, can make your count big enough that it does, in fact, change your financial situation. It can become, if you're in my age, it can become your retirement account. It can be if you're younger, it can be your financial friend, your account can, for the rest of your life. As long as you stay away from these gambling devils. I'm not talking about anyone you know. I'm talking about all the ones in the shadows. 1258, 47 to 47.99. 48 is the ask, but it's not the trade. 47 by 47.99, 50 by 24, 473,000 shares. And this guy is still talking. 2 more hours, and I think he will have spoken for 12 hours, and he must have a bladder bigger than his ego. He talks like this. He's been trained, you know. It's all very... all right, Ted Williams, your Railtown is 135.10. I'll put it down. Wow, nice trade. Awesome, Ted. Training until 2. Oh, trading until 2. No, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. We've got 1 minute. As far as I know, Julie Kim, you might be right that it's 2 o'clock, but I think it's right now. I think it's about to close. Julie Kim, 1356. I'll talk about Finger, Beth. All right, it's 1 o'clock. So the stock closed at 47.98. And that means that Steve made 40 grand today. I don't know. Steve, you're going to live, if you don't let it go to your head and you don't start giving it away or everything, you're going to live the life of leisure. It's amazing. You made 40 grand today. Well, I guess collectively, we all made quite a bit of money collectively. Daniel, 47.23. Isn't it amazing? Now it shows 45 to 48. The high never quite got to 48. My buddy who I told about silver has 5,500. All right, I'm going to say it's your buddy. 5,500. Awesome. You know, that's enough. You know, 1,000 shares is enough too. Ted Williams. Wow, Ted. Ted is the splendid splinter. That's what Ted is. 140,500. Bravo, bravo. And as it goes up, if you add more, your number, you'll feel good because you have so much at a lower price. It'll be harder and harder for people to buy it as it goes up because that's human nature. But ironically, you're going to see these big funds or retirement plans, again, this is all in my judgment, come in at much higher prices, $5, $10, maybe even $12 or whatever. And they're going to be happy to buy it because they're going to know that the stock, all right, is he almost done?
Unum out of many one. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick. I had medical problems. Maybe I needed Medicare or Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act or the Children's Health Insurance Program or Planned Parenthood.
Or police in the streets.
And you looked after me.
Or safety from crime.
I was in prison and you came to visit me. We have a right as members of Congress to visit people who are detained. It's not just in law, it's right here in Matthew. And the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see?
He's not finished. He's not finished. So anyway, these big funds will come in for size. They don't come in for 100,000 shares. They'll come in, they'll want to own 1% of the company. I don't know what the restrictions are if you're a fund, if you go above 4.9% in Canada. But anyway, let's assume that's a limit. They might go all the way up to 4.9%, some of them. And that becomes the floor. And that's what makes Railtown a different investment than any of the others right now. And I am going to come back to Beth, because I'm not talking about the long run in any of these stories. I'm not trashing any of the stories. I'm just asking myself, which is what I did on Thursday, I think it was the 5th of June, when I had to make a decision. Do I just stay where I am? Or do I sell these other stocks and go all into Railtown? And that morning before the market opened, it was like pulling a Band-Aid off a wound. I just ripped the Band-Aid. I said, you know what? I did a bunch of numbers, and I think I either took a shower or went and got coffee, one or the other, while I was thinking. I came back to my table and I said, you know what? I'm just going to do it, because I'll be more upset if I try to play like DB did, which was great. But for me, because I'm such a wimp, I would have been more upset doing the trade DB did, and it didn't work, and Railtown one morning jumped. I would have been furious at myself. So I just put everything into Railtown. And it was, the price I paid that morning was $32.7. When I started buying, Beth, I started buying in September, October, and I think I paid it 38 cents. I think that's where I came in. I'll have to go back and look at all that. But I don't have the big account I had, and I wish I could be here with as many shares as Steve. I really do. But I'm grateful for three things. I'm grateful for Hakeem Jeffries and Matthew. No, sorry, I shouldn't be sarcastic.
Tell us what you see. Can I talk about it for a moment?
Oh, please. We haven't heard. Take your time. Take your time.
I do see something else, kind of what I'm seeing connected to this one big ugly bill.
One big beautiful bill.
I don't know if this was an inspiration to this extraordinary assault.
What's the assault?
On the American people, this corrupt piece of legislation.
We want to go back to the 4 years we just had?
But when I look over my Bible.
Oh, Lordy. He's looking over his Bible. Okay. So I didn't want to take the risk of not being in Railtown, so I just swapped over. But I'm not condemning these stories. There's a good story behind G-Bucks. There's a excellent story behind Finger Motion, and so on. It's just a question, what happens and I sat there, I think it was Thursday the 4th, sorry. I can't see, oh, here's my calendar, I can look it up. Thursday the 5th. And I made the decision. I stopped looking at my screens. I didn't want to see G-Bucks. I didn't want to see Finger. I didn't want to see Nixie, because I figured they'd all go up the week after I made that trade. It was too painful to look. But what it came down to me to three things. I'm sorry I always come up with three, I guess. One is I wanted to own as many shares of Railtown as I could, because I think Railtown is mispriced, and I think Railtown if it's one of those stocks, if you're going to go own it, you should go big. You should go big and beautiful. And it's not one to diversify. It's not one to meet halfway. Railtown is one to commit everything. And then later, as you learn as it goes up, you can start using all those Wall Street strategies. Diversify is primarily to protect wealth, primarily. It's also to make sure that your gambler's wad, your clip of cash never goes to zero. But there are times when to press your bet, and this is one of them. And so for me, I'd rather know that I have the maximum number of shares I can have. I wish I had more, like you guys. So when it's $5, when it's $10, if it's $20, if it's $50, that means a lot to me. And I think it should mean a lot to you. And I'll forget all about, well, maybe I could have sold Nixie at 230 instead of 207. I'll forget all about that 18 months from now, when in 1 month's interest payment, if I decide to convert it to income, I might just stay with it. I can make up any of that friction of my, less than perfect swapping out and swapping in. But perfection's impossible. It's impossible when you're doing it. All right, so that was one thing. The second thing is I did it. I just asked myself, what could go wrong? Let's pick Nixie. What could go wrong with Nixie? And at that time, I did not know that the auditor had quit. But I said to myself, well, it's the same guys who backed Logic, although it's a whole new group. It's the same CEO who drove Recruiter.com down to nothing and then got shares of Nixie and sold them all. It's the same company whose timetable seems to be stretched out. And of course, it's the company that's doing apparently 10 million a month in revenue. So I'm thinking, that's great. That's huge. But then it has this nagging thing. Somebody else pointed it out to me. What does it mean to have gross revenue? Isn't revenue? Anyway, the audit, then, the following week, the auditor left, but I didn't know that. So I looked at it and I said, what could go right with Nixie? It could go to $6, $9, and maybe it takes off. And I've been waiting for it. And I've been through it before, this up and down. But what could go wrong? And I thought, well, the delay, there's some things that could go wrong. I don't know what they are. And then I applied that test to Railtown. What could go wrong? I can't think of anything. I mean, if the merger for some reason gets delayed or falls through, they still have their own company that now has 5 products. But I can envision the conductor all by itself doing 25, 50, 100 million a year. If it does 50 million a year and it's 100x, I think that's 5 billion. I think that's $30, $35 a share. Just from that one thing. That's the hockey stick of revaluation. And you guys haven't experienced it. You're about to experience it. Revaluation comes when, see, I've done for years, I've done commodities, oil and gas, but I've also done all industries. But it's been an uphill battle. AI is not an uphill battle. There's generations of young men and women who have studied technology, who have gone through Palo Alto, who've attended all the schools, whose money is there. There's whole generations of people trading crypto and using their phones who understand AI. There's a whole generation of people focused on Elon Musk, and I guess some of these others, like Laura Sanchez's husband, but these entirely AI-driven models of business. And then there's the investment teams and the research analysts, and then there's this potential energy of entire trillions of dollars in wealth managers' accounts with these men and women who don't fully understand AI. They understand the first stage, ChatGPT and Gronk. They understand that. They understand that Siri answers questions. But they don't know what's coming. And guess what? I received from a friend at my former office, my last office, he sent the Morgan Stanley research analyst video on AI as it applies to robotics. But it was powerful. And I know, because I've lived through the cycles of product push on Wall Street, this is a prelude. Teach the brokers or wealth advisors, teach the brokers, they'll teach the clients, and then the Merrill Lynch AI Partners Trust Plus Bust Fund with an equity kicker comes out, and they'll raise $100 billion in a weekend. But you got to start early. You prepare anyway. That's what's going on in my mind. And so I asked, what could go wrong? And I can't see anything going wrong. I think Railtown, even on its standalone self, oh my gosh, you say it. You go, Martin. You go, Martin.
Incredible to me that Republicans would try to jam this one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people in the dead of night.
Well, it's noon now.
And then, to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, allocate 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Okay.
To each side on the committees of jurisdiction.
Oh. You worked on it for 9 months.
To the Ways and Means Committee on each side.
What about what Nancy Pelosi crammed down when she was in charge?
To the Budget Committee? That's extraordinary.
Yeah, he should have been on the other side of Nancy Pelosi.
But I'm thankful, I'm appreciative of all of my colleagues who stand behind me.
That's right.
I think it's about that. He's got Maxine Waters standing behind him.
I'm thankful.
Let's move on. I thought they were going to end, but it didn't end. So I don't see what could go wrong, and I see Railtown. In the short run, 10x is awesome. But and I think this will happen to you guys, as you learn about it, it's going to occur to you that this isn't a trade. This isn't a 10x trade. This isn't a stock going from 50 cents to $5 that you should take your profit. As you learn about it, as news, research, whatever, you're going to say, oh my gosh, this is my NVIDIA, like that gentleman said. And There was one other reason I made that choice, but I guess. Yeah, I did some arithmetic where what if those stocks went down, the Railtown went up, I'd be really mad. What if those stocks went up and Railtown went up? It was a push. What if those stocks went up, Railtown stayed with it where it was? That'd be great. But what's the net difference if I just do it now? And I realized that whatever your target goal of Railtown, let's use Ted Williams. He has 140,500. He might try to get to 150, but if he doesn't, uh, when the stock is $5, $10, he could buy a little bit on margin to get to 150. I wouldn't do that low down because then they'll make it volatile and steal your stock from you. Or he just that what would that be? Another 5%, 5% of the stock. Just make sure when he sells, because it's two decisions. It's a buy and a sell, that you try to get maybe a little bit more than you otherwise would, and it doesn't really matter. So that's what I also decided is whether I got a round number or a little bit less right now. That wasn't the issue. Maybe I could have done better. The issue is I wanted the maximum number of units of Railtown I can get so that when, and just using a number, let's say it trades at $40 or it's bought out at, I don't know, $80 or $100. I have that, and then my account is just in a whole different league. And rather than take the gambles on all these others, it was the certainty, although nothing's certain in a speculative stock, but the comparative certainty that convinced me that I ran out of time waiting for uh, Nixie, for example, and I just wanted to be in Railtown.
Any want to be king.
He wants to be king.
Here to be a rival to the executive branch in the best spirit.
He's gonna be our president. I think it'll be AOC. Angel Chapa. Beth, I haven't forgotten you. I will answer you. That's great, Angel. Hurry up and buy. Is that right? But wait, before you buy, I have another knife that slices through tomatoes and cucumbers and leather shoes. Yeah, someday, maybe you'll come to my home as I'm being wheeled around in a wheelchair. Yeah, that's fine. I'll try to, chess night, as these things work, I can upgrade my computer and maybe get a producer of some kind or an assistant. And so we could have, I like the idea from Pete the Greek. Maybe we could have, I'm not sure about a space call because I think the attackers will come in and I don't want to deal with them. But maybe closed communication and just develop from there. So, you talk all you want. Julie is ahead of Ted. Oh no, Ted's beating Julie. It's a race. Chess night. Oh, don't worry. Did I screw up? Oh, that one. All right. Anyway, you're welcome to talk here. You probably sent that to your secret love interest. I'm just waiting for him to start singing. Yeah. know what to sing. You're up 43% in Railtown? Bravo, Mitchell. Bravo. Bravo. So you are new at 46. Angel, that's great. Obviously, at 46, at any stock you buy into, there can always be moments where it goes down. So obviously at 46, it's different than buying it at 26, which some people did. I didn't have any money. I was still hanging on to those other stocks. But having said that, I think Railtown is broken out. So I don't think if there is a pullback, it'll be to test where it broke out, roughly 43 cents. So I don't really see a major pullback coming. It's always possible. I think it's a great price you paid, Angel. I think that's a great price, and I commend you. Middle ground. I love seeing everyone in Ralph getting a win. Thank you for that sentiment. We've all been beaten down by all the Yeah, I agree. And I just don't want people, I'd like to see if we can change our mental electricity so we don't, when we hear, hey, pss, 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 sailor, pss, pss, you know, we see a little flash of the upper thigh, a little bit of a smile, and we don't get titillated. We don't get titillated by the come-ons. Every man has the same come on. I'll take you 1,000,000 miles from here. I'm gonna take you to the top, baby. Never gonna stop, baby. Imagine that we could collectively own 5%. We do. We own 5% of the float. Using the most expansive measure of the float. I bet we own 7% of the float as it's described on, 4.5% of the float as it's described on over-the-counter markets. But on Yahoo, we own 5.2% of the float. It's pretty good. Just as long as we can talk. That would be great. Yeah, Pete. I don't want the shills coming in and starting argument. I don't want democracy. I want to be in charge. I like Byron Donald. I wish Trump had done something with Byron. But I think he might be governor of Florida, and that would be awesome. I tried to meet him. I was in the hearings, and I watched him. I was so close. He was the last person, or second to last person, to speak. He was there. He was polite. He was smart. He was. His questions were very thoughtful. It was against Gensler. I really admired him. Oh, Hakeem to start singing. You're waiting for the fat ladies behind him to sing?
And then, all of last year,
what?
Ran away from Project 2025.
He didn't create it. You made that up.
Acted like.
And by the way, the Democrats have Project 2028 going on.
And then, Mr. Speaker, people come to town, they're in the majority now, and every single part of the extremism that we've seen unleashed on the American people is connected to Project 2025.
That's baloney. The extremism of Biden's auto pack.
Every single part.
And Nancy Pelosi. All right, he's not ending.
But here's why.
It's not ending. It's such torture. So anyway, I want to answer Beth. Let me see if I can find her question. up here. And I have to thank her for waiting until 1 o'clock. Here it is. So Beth, I still pay attention to finger, and I haven't given up on it, but finger hit, it did really well. It gave 4x, 5x in a matter of 3 months. And I really suggested to people sell calls against it. I'm not sure everybody knows how to do that. Sell your calls. I have one here with Augustin. He wanted to put $1,000 into finger. He might have asked me, should he? I forget. But I gave him this idea, May 2nd. If you really want to be in finger, buy 20 of the May $3 calls, but also buy 2,000 Railtown at 28 cents. Well, I don't know. I don't remember what happened during May, but I'm not sure finger motion went above $3 again. I don't know. But my suspicion is if he did this, he lost the money. It's roughly half the money. He lost it in the finger side. But on the Railtown side, he's alive. And just to be simplistic, he's up almost 50%. It's not. It's like 40%. But if he did this, if he lost money in his options, he's almost whole in his Railtown. So my point is, Beth, that I saw finger as having strength, and I thought that once it achieved 3x, 4x, even 5x almost, to some people, it was 5x. I thought that was the trade. Now, I didn't do it myself. I wish I had. But, life is such. But so for me, I think finger did its trade basically for the summer and possibly for the year. Now, that doesn't mean finger can't have a very strong 6 month, 8, 9 month, 1 year, year and a half time frame. But I don't think it compares to Railtown. And my knowledge of Railtown, as I studied public information and thought it through, the one thing I realized about Railtown,
as part of Project 2026, I love the framers. They gave us a blueprint for what should give us hope.
He's closing his book.
That's right.
I think that I want to close.
Yay, closing.
By referencing
Take your sweet time.
someone who we all serve with. I want to stand on the shoulders.
Nancy Pelosi.
If it's okay.
Nancy.
On some of our civil rights heroes and foot soldiers.
Oh yeah, Martin. And Lewis.
Those who,
they're great.
Whose character, whose conviction, whose courage should give the American people hope.
I have hope.
At a moment of great despair. Many of us had the great honor,
John Lewis,
of serving with Congressman John Lewis. The great honor, Mr. Speaker, to serve with Congressman John Lewis.
That's right.
And I came across something that John Lewis said in June of 2020.
It never ends. I thought he was finished. He said in closing, and then Maxine Waters said, take as long as you want. So as I learned more by studying it and thought about Railtown, and in particular learned more about AI 2.0, a revolution that's just begun because of data centers, because of computing power, because of NVIDIA, I just realized that there's a chance to take a small account like mine and have a quantum leap to 10x and then start from that. I don't know the analogy to give, but that was so compelling to me because finger motion from $1 might have gone 10x, but from $5, I didn't see it going 10x. And I think Beth, I upset people because I didn't see fingers squeezing, and I still don't. Not yet. One of the concerns I had with finger also, and I said they're going to raise money. People didn't want to hear that, and they did raise money. But ironically, one of the concerns I had, which I talked about a little bit, I didn't emphasize it, but I talked about it more than once, is I was concerned that the Toad, that's Moez Kassim out of Toronto, had turned on some sort of computer program to buy the stock up, getting us sucked in buying, and then when it got to a level, he'd sell it down and we'd be left with losses. And why did I buy more? Why didn't I sell? And I talked about that. But what would be the reason he would do that? So that, and I talked about this, so that Roth Capital could put together an offering so that if Moez or some of his clients got the stock up and retail came flooding in, he could sell it down, and then he could call up Roth and say, you know what, I'll buy 15 million shares of Finger from the company at $3. And the stock's trading at 450. And then, Finger would probably say, no way, Jose. But I actually thought they should do it if that came to that. There's no question. It's a strategy the shorts use to bail themselves out. But just imagine if Finger Motion now were sitting with $30 or $40 million. But the other side, the additional key to that strategy is the C2 contract. And I talked about that the C2 contract, the most logical thing was to do a joint venture with SAIC. And the news, the first time the C2 contract was announced, said it was the entire country and it was exclusive. Then was it December? Anyway, they had follow-on news that they mentioned for their Roth Capital financing. Remember, that was $286, and they did that deal at $1.50. But it's somewhere in the news. They said that they tendered for this contract, another set of cars. And I'm thinking, well, if it's exclusive, why do you have to put in a tender? You're competing with others. Anyway, I talked about that a little bit, but I said, we got to wait for the annual report and learn more about this C2 contract and get a flavor of where this is taking the company. And you know what? It came out, there was nothing in there. All right. The crowd goes wild. The crowd goes wild. Order. Order. Maybe he's our next president.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
You don't need to take an hour.
8 hours.
I think it's, Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say the leader has done his part. I have no further speakers. I yield back our time.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, could we have order?
The House will be in order. The House will be in order, please.
No.
The House will be in order, please.
You guys
Thank
go.
you.
Let's see what he
Gentleman from
says.
Missouri is recognized for 1 minute. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Wow, Mr. Speaker. We have stood in this chamber for over 8 hours,
8 hours.
listening to a lot of words, a lot of comments, a lot of inaccurate statements. And where I come from, could we have order?
Gentlemen,
Pretty exciting.
the House will be in order.
Pretty exciting stuff.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order, please.
Pretty exciting stuff.
The House will be in order. Thank you. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I come from the Show Me State. And what we just heard can be defined in one word.
Shite.
A bunch of hogwash is what we've heard for 8 hours on that side of the building.
All right.
I'll tell you, for the 8 hours, Mr. Could we have order?
Let's just leave this alone. For now, I want to finish with Beth. So anyway, there wasn't a deal with SAIC, and they did announce a JV with another Chinese car manufacturer. But I've been studying China over the last, 3 months on video. So I don't know if the information I'm getting is accurate or not. But, a lot of different sources. Anyway, I was watching a video about GM came to China, gave all their technology, but GM's going to have losses. And China does produce 50% of the world's automobiles. But one statistic stood out. There's 164. That's very similar to the companies in AI Partners. But I think it's 164 automobile companies in China. The margins are razor thin. BYD, which is the biggest electric car company, apparently a success, is delaying payments as much as 1.5 years. So I'm thinking, wow, this contract might not be the panacea, at least yet, that I thought. So ironically, Beth, I would have thought it would have been a show of strength if, even though the Toad, Moez Kassim, and Roth Capital might have worked together to cross shares and help shorts make a profit and help them get out of trouble somewhat. I think it would have been a real statement of strength if the board at Finger Motion had raised money in a significant amount to move forward on that C2 contract so that they could build up a rhythm, ultimately of 90 days at a time. I think it's 6 months at a time now. But I bet with efficiency, they could get it down so that after a certain amount of capital goes up, that the winning the bid, which doesn't make sense with an exclusive contract, winning the bid, assembling the cars, and then delivering them to the government to receive payment, that cycle would become self-funding every quarter, or maybe 3 times a year or 5 times a year and a half. But it all becomes self-funding, and powerful revenue growth and cash flow growth. But is they need capital. I can tell the first 2 automobiles they did, they still haven't received the revenue from. I could be wrong, but I didn't see it in any of the information I read. I might have missed a footnote. Anyway, so I wasn't, Beth, I am not overwhelmingly impressed with where they stand with that C2 contract. I didn't see anything in the annual report about data and all that, but it's all there. So I guess, Beth, my feeling is that, and I feel this way about Finger, Railtown's already essentially doubled from its low of 22 cents one Monday when Canada was closed. But I think Railtown has the chance to allow people to make meaningful money in their account. While Finger Motion had its run that I called for, it's pulled back. And I think it takes time to build up its power to have another run. So I'm talking about the short term in the sense of talking about Railtown, which I really started emphasizing, Beth, on June 5th, when I made my decision. And I thought Railtown was going to announce the completion of the MOU was final in June. And so I was in the first week of June, and I thought, I can't, the tension is building. I can't risk not being in it. Well, it turns out I was wrong. June wasn't the month. And I guess we're in July now, but I would say that July begins next week. I think there's been this little vacation period, the heat. So I think July begins next week in terms of the Canadian markets, and maybe midweek in terms of the American markets. And everybody's on vacation, I know, till September. But I think they're going to get that MOU turned into a finalized product, finalized agreement, and we'll hear about it next week. That's my prediction. Could it be later? Sure, could be later. But I think the stock price is telling you something. And if I had to guess, the whispers get around that they're getting ready to put that up for a shareholders vote. And so then the question comes, Beth, do I sit and hold on to Finger, which went to 5? A lot of people held it. Now it's 2, roughly. Why they didn't sell, I don't know. We've learned that lesson so many times. I'm not criticizing. I've done it. I did it in Finger Motion. But that's the that's being honest with ourselves about how we respond to a speculative story that is in fact based on, well, if it's up, it's going to squeeze. We forget that as it's up, that we've had 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times and it hasn't squeezed. So when it's up, maybe we should take advantage of up. But we never do it. We didn't do it with GME 4 or 5 times in a row. We don't, it almost squeezed and then it pulls back and then it's up. And we start thinking, the squeeze is here. The squeeze is here, instead of thinking, hey, it's up, we should take some money off the table. So anyway, Beth, I'm not moving on to new investments, but I am emphasizing Railtown. I'm not moving on from Finger. I still very much like the investment group, investors behind it. I very much like the CEO. And there was a picture of Lily in the latest presentation. I didn't really, I never met her. She was away when we met up in New York. I had this image in my mind that she was in her 70s or something. But she's, relative to me, she's a young woman, a young executive. And I can see where that team can make things happen in China. So no, I haven't moved on. But I guess I'd have to say, Beth, for June, I thought June, we'd already be stopped. We'd already moved on from Railtown in the short run. But it turned out every morning I had another chance to talk about it. I think this is the last morning, but I've been wrong before. But the stock price is telling me it's breaking out. So you read the tape. And Beth, my view is that because Finger Motion went to 5 and has collapsed, I didn't see any squeeze pending in Finger. I just didn't see it. Now, I wasn't negative, and I haven't emphasized to people that they should sell Finger. But on the other hand, when it was brought up and I discussed it, I would see nothing wrong, at least temporarily, allocating capital to Railtown. It's about making money. It's about making your account bigger. It's not about, hey, I have losses, I've got to wait till that goes green. Railtown hasn't done it yet this June. It didn't do it in June. I thought it was about to, without waiting. Railtown came out as a commercial product after being an RD a year ago. Had research predicting $2 a share US without the AI partners. But the AI partners has now put a cap on buying out of Canada from wealthy people, from insiders, from all the clients of Canaccord and et cetera, institutions, because it stock's in a quiet period. They won't hear about the idea unless Canaccord pitches it to them. Anyway, that gave us an opportunity to buy in at a better price. This was 62 cents after this came out. We're still buying in at essentially the angel round, even the friends and family round, without having to wait. But I was wrong about June. We had to wait through June. But guess what? In the beginning of June, this was 22 cents. There's a guy here that bought the stock at 22 cents. It's now 44 cents. It's doubled in June. What has Finger done in that time? I wasn't wrong to de-emphasize Finger and emphasize Railtown. And my goal, Beth, my strongest goal, I want people to make money, but I really want people, I've been talking about silver, I really want people here to get away from this insanity of the shills coming in, of the shorts coming in, of the Wall Street you can't trust, of the bank, of the CEOs making a decision with the bankers that I just don't see how we can win. And that's not that we can't win. But Beth, let me break it down now with Finger. They didn't raise a big chunk of money. So what I see ahead for Finger is they're going to have to raise more money. And who are they going to raise it with? Hopefully with investors. And I stand ready to help them with plain vanilla pitch. But if they go back to Roth Capital, what price do you think they'll get? I don't think they need to do it right away, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again this year. So to me, Finger is an excellent team, excellent story, but I don't see the short squeeze in it. And I think they made a mistake not raising money while the iron was hot. It doesn't mean the iron won't be hot again, but they're at least, one must admit, they're exposed to the risk. The next time they go to Roth Capital, there's always a haircut. It's always a derivative-laden deal manipulated for the toad and the rest of them. Finger doesn't feel like, to me, that there's a 10x in it this summer, much less the rest of the year. There is a 10x in Railtown. So I haven't moved on. It's just I'd like people to participate in this move, and to again repeat myself, it's almost like I don't know, you're at that race, the Indianapolis 500, and there's the lead car, and then there's 500 cars behind. It's almost as if you're the last car, or one of the last cars, and a big crane picks you up and puts you at the front of the race, and then the race starts. That's how I see Railtown. I see Railtown giving you 10x before the race starts. And it's right in front of us. So why not talk about it? That's all, Beth. I haven't moved on from Finger, and I'm not just moving on to new investments. I wish you had been listening. And I still think you can buy some Railtown, not today, but I bet next Monday it could be 60 cents. But I'd still tell you to buy it. I mean, if you can buy 10,000 shares, might cost you $6,000 Monday. I think 10,000 shares will be 50 grand by September. But I think you're going to find out you don't want to sell it. And I think it could be I don't know how much Finger you have, but 10,000 shares of Railtown by the end of the year. I'm not promising this, but 10,000 shares at the end of the year could be 400 grand. That number, I'm saying 18 months to 2 years, but everything in technology speeds up. And the mania you're about to see, it'll all be behind doors, it'll all be professional. But you're going to see investment bankers and mutual funds and ETFs and VC firms and family offices and legacy companies falling all over themselves to create product for retail, to create deals for institutions, to go in and claim AI companies because AI 2.0 is just starting. To quote, and I played it the other day, to quote this guy Alturer, who's very hard to listen to, but he's a smart guy. He's pitching. But he said AI 2.0 is going to make crypto look like just a ripple. He said AI 2.0 is going to create a tidal wave of wealth. He said AI 2.0 is this generation's last chance to grab the golden ring. I paraphrased that last part. He said AI 2.0 isn't just a far-off dream. It's already here. And we're in the first inning. We're not even in an inning. We're just starting. He said, forget crypto. AI 2.0 is a wealth building opportunity that has not happened in 150 years. He said there are projections out there that the AI 2.0 will be a 15.7 trillion bull market. Then he went on to say that his own prediction is AI 2.0 will be the first $100 trillion industry. $100 trillion industry. He pointed out that Netflix took 3.5 years to get to 1 million users. He said some other company, by the time I went back to fill in the name, I forgot. But it took 2 years to get to 1 million. Then Facebook took 10 months to get to 1 million. But ChatGPT took 5 days to get to 1 million users. And he went through the whole explanation that ChatGPT and that AI, you haven't seen anything yet. And he said that only 4% of companies use, I think he meant AI 2.0, but he might have meant any AI at all, only 4%. He said this revolution is more significant than any technology breakthrough in history. And then I played the video, Corey Brandolini, the other day on Railtown, and he talked about how GitHub is part of Microsoft. I didn't really have that full understanding. But the partnership that Railtown has with Microsoft is very strong. And Corey Brandolini put together a previous software company that he sold to Microsoft. You think he might do it again? Anyway, he talked about having, in some context that I wrote down, I might have miswritten it. The video's out there, you can hear it. But the conductor, the granddaddy of their products, the Hakeem Jeffries of their products, he said that he didn't bring that up. What I wrote down, he said bundled in with apps in GitHub. That's what I wrote down. But the logic is, what if they bundled Conductor in the apps with GitHub? Pretty powerful. He said that their product, their Conductor, is battle tested. It's ready to go. He said 2 of their first software companies that they launched, got it wrong. 2 of our first 3 AI engines, tools that they've launched are currently on Microsoft. This video was from a year ago. Their product is essentially a generative AI co-pilot, and it's directed at software developers where 42% productivity loss because of screw-ups in the software, breakdowns, bugs, and technology deficits, or in terms of a balance sheet, debits, losses that have to be fixed. So anyway, they have three things: root cause analyzer, the release notes, Copilot, and then a Scrum Master, which that can't be what he talked about. Scrum Master, Copilot. I must have the wrong word down, but they're now up to 4, and they have an extra product too. And he talked about how their AI is targeted language, not large language across the whole internet. Anyway, I won't bore you, except to finish by saying that he sees this market that he's addressing as gigantic. He said that currently the projections are for development tools, for computer development tools, $11 billion market. But then he put up a chart that says the added cost to all, and I think it's worldwide, to all companies to add this AI development tool component is going to be $300 billion a year. $300 billion a year. So the coda he gave to that is they'll spend $300 billion, but they'll get a positive benefit. It'll be accretive. I use that word, accretive. And this old research firm, this report, talks about Railtown having an addressable market of 3 billion, not 300 billion, 3 billion. And they use 3% of that to come up with their target of $2 a share. Well, it's gotten bigger. It's gotten much bigger. This research, which came out a year ago, gave the base case of $2 and the worst case, the bear case, of 90 cents. And the bull case of $3.60 US. And that's before the merger with Railtown AI. So Beth, my thinking, which I've tried to share over 4 weeks now, every single day, is that Railtown has 10x in its near future. Now that 10x could happen overnight, but my guess is it's going to be a steady but permanent and very powerful climb. So my guess is, let's just say next week, to pick a number. Let me pick a day. I don't know, the 10th. Let's say they announce finally the 10th, that's a Thursday. Let's say they announce finally that they've finalized the MOU that they announced on February 11th. Well, then they've got to set up 5 days for notice and then 35 days for a shareholder meeting. But what happens on the 11th or the 10th? That's a Thursday. What happens on the 10th, the 11th, and the rest of the week? All of those buyers that know about AI, their minds are greased for it. They have capital. If they're insiders at Railtown, they can start buying because full disclosure, they've announced the deal. If it's investors in Railtown AI who have been precluded from buying, they can buy. If it's the AI partners team who've been precluded from buying because of the restriction, they can start buying. If it's their investors, they can start buying. And then Canaccord, who has the stock on their restricted list, they can take it off and they can start pitching it to their clients, retail, institutional, and internally. They can start buying. And they can have research. Now, I don't know how they do it in Canada as it relates to that shareholder meeting, if there's some little restrictions. But the reason why I think it'll be stair-step is most institutions cannot buy under $1. They probably can't buy under $2. They probably can't buy under $3. They probably can't buy under $5. So what you're going to see, I think, is wealthy people who are chomping at the bit to buy in. That's my prediction. Start driving it up over $1. Start driving it up over $1.50. And you got to remember, there's Canadian dollars and U.S. dollars. But and then maybe they get to $2. What happens in Canada at $2? Marginable. And some retail firms will let clients buy it. Right now, clients can't buy it. The brokers can't solicit to buy. But as it crosses that $2, maybe some of these institutions can start buying. They're not going to buy 100,000 shares. They're going to try to buy 0.5% of the company, 1% of the company. If there's no reason to put their whole team on it unless they get it, because they got to follow it and spend money on it and travel and send out letters and update and have glossies. They're going to make a meaningful commitment if they make one. So as it goes up, I think it's sticky. As it gets to $1, I think dollar's sticky. $1.50, $2, $2.50, $3.50, $4, $5. But $5 has got a weird thing to it. $5, all of a sudden, the Merrill Lynch rule doesn't apply anymore, and you've got the thundering herd at Merrill Lynch. You've got whatever the reticent audience at Morgan Stanley. You've got all these brokers that can start soliciting the stock, and they're just learning about AI. They can start buying it. So the $5 number could actually be, and institutions, by the way, there's a lot of institutions can't buy below $5. And so the $5 number could really be a leap, not a stair step. $5 could make it go to 10, 12, 15. And what you'd ask, why would institutions buy at such high numbers instead of buying now? Partly I've explained it. They're not allowed to right now. Not all of them are allowed to right now. It's not being pitched to them by Canaccord. But also it's the thresholds. They would rather pay $5 with revenue explicit, with growth clear. They'd rather pay $5 or $10 or $15 with a long-term horizon, because their number one thing is to keep their job. Number two, charge fees on assets under management. And the last thing they want to do is evaporate assets by coming in too early to a story like a CRTD. I know it doesn't compare, but which if you get in early, it all goes to zero. They don't want zeros. So they'd rather pay more. And in the case of Railtown, the model, you can look it up, is Constellation Software. Just look up their chart. It's a Canadian company, CSU, Constellation Software. There's going to be a lot of demand for Railtown. So why wouldn't I talk about Railtown, Beth? It's not that I've moved on. It's just that I think there's 10x immediately. And by immediately, it could be 6 to 8 weeks. But When you look backwards, it's going to be a blip on the stock chart. But it could happen overnight. That's why I've been so forceful. But even then, like I just said, in the example of race, it's like being taken from the 500th car and put in the first car group, and then starting from there. And I think from $5, Railtown, its next target in fits and starts. It will require time. I'm not talking about a short squeeze play. I'm not talking about this and that. I'm not talking they even need us. They don't need us. I'm talking about as revenues are proved up and as revenues become big and growing, you apply the multiples now of 100 to 150 times revenues or 50 times revenues. And what's making the change, Beth? The change is the data centers. The change is NVIDIA's products, their chips. The change is the computing power and data processing ability now makes AI 2.0 feasible. And they're going to need, apparently, the conductor tool is state of the art, first in class, first to market, and it's better than anything on the market. And anything else on the market could take years to build. They're ready to go. It's in high demand, and it will be in high demand. So why wouldn't I talk about Railtown? I want you and other people to make money. It's as simple as that. And then after the first 10x, but it could be 5x, it could be 15x. I don't know. I'm making my projection. But after the first jump, maybe you want to take some of that money off the table and go back and buy more Finger or buy some. I'm not going to give up on the story on Finger. But I'll tell you one thing, Beth, I don't want to be in any more, hey, you got to buy this stock. A bunch of whales own 150% of the float, and there's a huge short position, and they're going to bring in Bitcoin, and they're going to bring in a gold company. I skipped that last one. They're going to bring in, I don't know, a Picasso, and it's going to run. I don't want to be down there anymore. We don't have time, Beth. You don't have time. The stock market is about to go way up. And then next year, I think, as soon as next year, it could crash. And it'll be interesting. I got to figure out how that plays in with AI and the multiples. But the purchase price here is so it's not even ground level. It's in parking lot 5. And you got to get up, you got to get in the elevator up to ground level. And then you got to go from ground level to the 5th floor, and then maybe cross over to the express elevator to the 50th floor. And that's all going to take time. And I'm not trying to present Railtown as a hot stock in and out. Hey, this can go, and if it's up there, take some money off, and then to take that off, and then we'll go over to this. I just don't want to do that anymore. But I haven't given up on Finger at all. I just, they got to ramp it up again. There could be some positives out of the blue with Finger. The insurance companies, the big data, the cloud that they have. The C2 contract to me looks slow now, but maybe it speeds up somehow, but it looks slow. And it's not high margin when you stretch it out and you only do small contracts. There was no discussion about, is part of the C2 contract ongoing data services. That it would be high margin. So there's there's a lot of upside in Finger, but there wasn't a lot of information. And to me, that means time. And Railtown right in front of you has 10x. It could be 2 days, it could be 2 weeks, it could be 2 months, but the 10x is there. And then once the 10x happens, I think another 10x is over the near-term horizon. Is that 6 months? Is that a year? Is that 18 months? I don't know. I think it could be quicker than you think. But there's another 10x. And I think you'll be surprised as you enjoy being in Railtown that you don't want to sell it. And you might not want to go back to anything else. Finger's one of the stocks I personally be willing to go back to. But I don't want to be in hot money anymore. I never thought I was. It's turned out that way. But I don't want to be in stocks where I have to fight all those lying, miserable, short-selling criminals, and they come on here with fake names and they attack. I don't want to be in it anymore. You don't have to, Beth. Railtown gives you a chance to make short squeeze money. Maybe it takes 18 months, give or take. Maybe it takes 2 years, 2.5 years. But you can make 100x on Railtown. And I'll find the quote. But if you establish a position in Railtown, you can get it right and sit tight and make up the red in your account. And I think go green every bit as much as you wanted out of, I don't know what stocks you played. MMTLP killed me. GTII killed me. As it turns out, Finger killed me when I went to do that video. But that's a separate series of pitfalls. And CRTD killed me. And then Logic killed me. So I have a bunch of killers. But now this, I don't know. See, I don't have enough shares probably to get out of the hole in the first jump. But over time, yeah, I think I can get it right and sit tight. I can buy my position and go read the comics for the next 18 months. So why wouldn't I talk about that story? Just out of loyalty that I shouldn't move on. I haven't moved on from Finger. To me, Finger did its trade this year. That was a powerful trade. You just don't remember, and I'm not picking on you. You don't remember when getting a double in your stock could take 2 or 3 years. Now you get a double in a couple of weeks, and everybody wants more. I'm not talking about you. Finger gave 3-4 times your money in the beginning of this year, from January, February to May. That's a hell of a move. Hell of a move. And that's the only prediction I was willing to make in Finger, and it happened. And I don't see a new prediction to the upside in Finger yet. When I see it, I'll talk about it. I actually think Finger is going to be essentially flat for the next few months, and it has the risk that if they have to go do a financing with Roth Capital, they'll haircut it. On the other hand, Finger has the upside. They have a good team. They don't dilute the shares, and they have entree to terrific Chinese contracts. So there's a lot of upside. I'm not moved on from it. But what's hot right now to make money? I think it's Railtown. So anyway, I answered that. I hope I was respectful, because I mean to be, Beth. I really mean to be respectful and positive. But I get worked up, and Massey in a landslide. Eddie Rawlings. Wow, Eddie, let me look you up. Eddie, 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 Eddie. Oh, I don't have it here, but I'll write it down. I'll correct it. So Eddie is 50-50. Eddie Rawlings, 50,500. Excelente. And here's Andrea. Sorry, you don't have any credibility. All you said on finger was bye, bye, bye. Together with your lover, ham and cheese. That's not true. Just because you say it, it isn't true. I didn't say bye, bye, bye. That's not all I said. There were times when it was clear there was a trade, but you're just not. Just because you say it doesn't make what you're saying true. Never once said sell. That's not true either. I got in trouble for suggesting people sell finger. If I have to guess, it's one of the reasons Ham stopped coming on here. I don't know that, but I actually was telling people to sell. So Andrea, you're just not correct. Buy, hold, buy, gold, buy, hold all the way. I have talked about buying gold and silver, and I do think if you buy gold and silver, you should hold it. No question. I don't know. What's your point? I have had that statement, although I have pointed out in a correction, gold and silver will pull back, but I think that's later on. But anyway, Andrea, I'm not going to spend more time on it. Your premise is not truthful. In fact, every single stock you preached, you said buy, 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 hold, hold, hold. That's not truthful either. That's not truthful either. And most of these stocks were up against you. We're up against the shorts, the criminality, the collusion, the violating of securities laws, and there's no natural buyers. The one difference with Railtown is it's like it should be. There's going to be market price discovery. There's going to be buyers, and the buyers aren't going to go away. There's going to be research, and it'll be ongoing buyers, ongoing money going into it. It's unlike any of these other stocks you hold. No, you're not being truthful, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Now, in hindsight, you were saying we should have sold it when it was 2x, 3x, etc. What a lie, William. Actually, I said it at the time. I said it at the time. But if you're dense, I did learn that some people like you are particularly dense. And when I'm used to dealing with people that know the markets, and when you make an adjustment to your story, they pick up on it. And so I've been very clear over the last few weeks. And maybe when I told people that finger could go to 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 or 7, which I said was much less likely. When it got there, and I said, why don't you sell? Why don't you sell calls? Why don't you sell some of your shares? I guess that wasn't specific enough for you, Andrea. So let me, for you who are dense, be clear. I think Finger Motion had its run this year. I said many times that the dividend will be delayed, that if it happened at all, that the company would raise money. These things got me in trouble. I also said that the C2 contract, I raised some questions about that. That got me in trouble. But I did clearly say to sell. But Andrea, you're using hindsight to punish me. there were a lot of people saying that finger motion could squeeze. And the emotion of the time was it was going to go. I have to say that I run the risk when it's $4, $5, and saying, hey, why not sell your calls? Why not sell some calls, covered calls? Why not sell some stock? The risk is it keeps going up. No one knows at the time, but you're wrong. I did say sell. So let me be completely blunt now, Andrea. I think finger motion is dead money for at least 90 days. Dead money. And it has the risk of going back into $1.50 or lower if they need to raise capital with Roth capital. The only way it's going to go above, the chart looked good. It had a potential with this declining wedge that it could pop back to 3. But in my judgment, the only way finger gets back to $253 is if there is meaningful news, and that could surprise everything. But they're going to need money. And they should have taken money, in my opinion. But I'm not judging them. I'm not in the boardroom. They may have money lined up. But so is that clear enough? I think finger motion is flat, plus or minus 50 cents for the next 90 days. Is that clear enough? You don't have any credibility. We all saw. You caused many to lose dollars. Now, having the bully puppet with easy talk and full of lies, you lost all credibility. Still wondering why you lost thousands of viewers? I may have lost credibility with some people early on. 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, I believed short squeezes not only could happen, that they would happen. I left Wall Street as part of that compliance system. Actually, now that I think of it, before Bill Clinton changed the rules, which I'm sure you guys pushed for, or your paymaster pushed for. But it's not out there in the open. It takes a lot of learning, and fighting, and I'm now convinced, Andrea, that it's nearly impossible to win on a short squeeze play. And I don't think this is where people should have their money at all. I don't see Railtown as that kind of stock. But I think, as you put it, my lover boy, which shows your level of seriousness and your level of intelligence, I think I can no longer support the idea that finger motion is a short squeeze story. I think it's under control the same way GME and AMC are. Now, I'm ready to always, as you have to be, Andrea, if you're a sophisticated Wall Street person, you have to always be ready to adjust your themes and your thesis as quickly as every hour, but certainly every morning you should recheck your assumptions. And I'm always willing to change that. But I'm sorry you're caught short in Railtown. I wouldn't wish what's coming to you on anyone. But yeah, I feel badly. I think the reason I lost viewers is because I stood up for Palestine and I made some very risky comments on the difference between Zionism and being Jewish. And the feedback is always you're anti-Semitic. And I haven't stopped on that. I think that pisses people off. I think I've lost viewers because I get upset, and so deservedly so. And I may have lost viewers by making comments about some of the cultural, social experiments that are going on. And I get a little worked up sometimes. I may have lost viewers on that. But my intent has always been to put it into a context of how the financial world is going to change and America's place in the economic and power of the world is going to change very dramatically, very quickly. And sometimes I get lost in presenting things more than just being provocative. I think I've presented things with a I'm trying to think of a word, a narrow-mindedness, or almost a chauvinism, almost a uh, yeah. So I think I lost viewers there, but I think people have lost money, Andrea, and I feel badly because early on I put charts out with I always said what could happen in a squeeze. But I don't agree with you that I haven't been very clear. But I forget that some people are as thick as you are. But I and I say that reasonably politely, because it doesn't always come across. You hear what you want to hear. You don't hear the warnings. You don't hear the cautions. And very many people I've talked to have said, yeah, but this is supposed to be life changing. Well, it didn't work. Why don't we look somewhere else? So, whether or not I'm credible, Andrea, on Railtown, it's not going to make a whit of difference with what's coming ahead for you being short in Railtown. Saying I have no credibility, it's not going to change what happens ahead of us in Railtown. You cannot use your playbook to scare people out here because I'm some sort of bad guy and I'm a liar and I've lost credibility. If people here, I hope they don't, but if they sell and get out of Railtown, it's not going to bail you out of your short position. It just isn't. The stock is going up, has nothing to do with us. Although I think we do have a decent percentage of the float. But you know what, Andrea, I was talking to somebody that I know, and let me see if the notes I have, it's estimates, so it's not material information. But the people I talked to, Andrea, without our total, without the buying we've done, I know where the entire float in this stock is. Not specifically. I'm trusting what I'm being told. But let me put it this way. Strong hands, insiders, and people who have no intention of selling until the stock is somewhere between $35 and $80 a share own the entire float. And in fact, they may own, depending, because I have ranges, if you take the high end of the range, they may own the entire outstanding shares in Railtown. So, and that doesn't include anything we've bought. doesn't include us. So your attempt to get people to sell Railtown because you think I'm a liar and you think my lover boy is ham. I'm trying to remember the other things you've said. And you think I said buy and hold, which is just not true. It's just not true. Most of what you said is not true. I'm not going to fight back on all of it. But my point is, Andrea, if you're here to protect yourself, and you're obviously a man, you're not Andrea. You are not going. This is not a fruitful place to ply your trade. I'm going to do everything I can for people to understand they should hold on and they should buy this stock essentially hand over fist, even if they're buying it at 60, 70 cents on Monday, and maybe they're buying it at 80 cents, 90 cents on Tuesday, but they should be buying it. But if they sell, which they're free to do, it's not going to change the trouble you're in, Andrea. It really isn't. The people that own Railtown and are going to buy Railtown, it's not retail, although I think retail will come in. It's people with huge capital, resources, knowledge base, analysts, models, investment bankers. So it's not going to help. But anyway, thank you for your comment. And I do feel badly that people have been hurt. And I do feel badly that people aren't listening, but I would like to, even if I help one person make money to recover from this nightmare that you and your ilk cause, and then get out, away, never deal with you again, Andrea, you shorts and criminals, I'd love it. A808. All right. 808. This is amazing. This is amazing. Amazing. Turns out I was wrong. Wow, easy talk. Andrea, I don't think you're a real investor. I think you're one of the shills. But if you are a real investor, and it's not clear to you that investing in AMC, GME, CV, CVM, QNT, MULN, CRTD, ZJYL. Do I have to list more? If you don't recognize that's risk, highest risk place to invest, you don't belong in the investment market. But you do know that because that's where you make your living. But these stocks, just on their own, have a hard time succeeding. But when they have to fight Gary Gensler, Robert Cook, Adina Friedman, Chuck Cromwell at OTC, when they have to fight CEOs, when they have to fight boards, when they have to fight attorneys who are part of it, when they have to fight financial groups like Aubrey Capital and Chadron, when they have to fight journalists, when they have to fight Congress, there's no way to win. It makes it nearly almost impossible to win. Last year, Andrea, there were two stocks, GDC and ZJYL, which there were a group of longs, as I understand it, I wasn't part of it, a group of longs, whales, big money, working with at least one investment banker and working with offshore traders that have the computers. And you probably already know this, you're probably part of that system. And those guys had a story, both with ZJYL and GDC. They paid money to these people that turn on the machines, and they were ready to go. And I actually think ZJY and GDC could have had it. But you know what? One of the people that knew the story put it out all over Twitter. I think just stupidly. I don't think he was part of your side of it, but it killed it because the regulators don't go after you. When you turn on your selling machines, when you lie about your trades, you call it long instead of short, when you collude and spoof and work in concert with others, you racketeer. The SEC doesn't care about that. But because you over time have bought at a minimum their acquiescence, but at worst, you've just bought them out. So last year, two of the stocks that had a chance for a squeeze, Andrea, got sabotaged by someone running their mouth on Twitter. The lawyer said you can't do it. So we sit now months later and they didn't run because of that. Is that my responsibility? All I can say is I no longer feel like it's going to work. And I've done that. And I try, I'm starting to be much more specific. I've tried before, like, for example, with GTII, I tried to be very clear that people should start maybe considering tax losses and all that. But at the time, I didn't know 100% because there still was the law deal coming in. But I think you guys brought in this guy out of Chicago, a derivatives guy, to nail down your gains. So it's really a misplaced accusation. I don't think it's easy. I don't think it's easy talk. I think it's you all destroying this, and then you blame the people who are trying to trade it. And I've been very clear, particularly over this month. I don't care how much money you make. You need us to make money because you need us to gin the machines. But if it's the last thing I do, and it'll probably just be, it looks like 105 people who listen to me and buy Railtown. But if and when Railtown is done, I'd be just as happy to shut this all down and then just work with those people. I do want to work. There's two other things out there, the gold and the silver investments. I want to work with those people. But Andrea, I wouldn't mind if I never, ever hear from your evil type people ever again in my life. And I don't want to fight you. I'm completely willing to say you win. I'm completely willing to say that. You can pickpockets and knock drunks over your head for the rest of your career. I want to bring these accounts up into meaningful ownership and start getting people to think about how to separate themselves from your fraud and, frankly, from U.S. Most of the U.S. markets are you don't want to be in, and I'd like to move into some other things. So, Andrea, I do appreciate your observation. I'm not you. I'm not you. So when you ascribe to me your motives if you said something like that. You're not reading me correctly. So I appreciate the feedback. I believe if the U.S. market were open this Friday, rail would hit 54.60. I agree with that. I think it's headed to 62 maybe, because it's broken out on the chart. It's as simple as that. It's broken out on the chart. Lester, 2 or 3 years ago, I warned you not to hold live YouTube sessions and preach on a single stock. You didn't listen. Told you whether the stock goes up or down, you will eventually be blamed. Lester, I don't remember your name, but I do remember, I think it may have been you. I do remember someone telling me, I don't remember the up part, but I do remember the down part. Somebody said, look, when this stock goes down, everybody's going to be upset with you. And, but I didn't do just one stock, but at certain points I did. And I've been very favorably impressed with Finger, and I have relied oftentimes on stocks that one or two people tell me because they did work. There's a client out there who now deals every day with a gentleman on the West Coast, but she always sells. She hears the deal and gets out. I wish I had learned that discipline earlier, I guess. I've always known it. It's how I did my clients. But in this case, I really bought into the story of the squeezes. And but I may be a wisdom of the stairwell guy, a wisdom of the staircase guy, but I learn, and I've tried to teach people. I think it's been 3 months, but it might only be 2, that the one part of this so-called counterfeiting, it's perfectly legal. It's perfectly legal because of Bill Clinton. The rest of it's not legal. But if you have good lawyers from high-priced firms on both sides of everything, SEC and shorts and the brokerage firms, there's room to drive a Mack truck down. So no wonder they settle everything. And Lester, I did listen, but maybe you're saying I should have stopped. Maybe you're saying I should have stopped, just shut down YouTube. I had maybe a how do you say that word? Quixotic goal, a Don Quixote-like goal of trying to help people not be mistreated and fudded by people like Andrea. I assume you're not one of those people, but I'm glad you're here to tell me you told me so. Yeah, I would prefer. I've never been a one stock guy, although I have in my past built stock positions, and eventually you're focused so much on that one. But I'm always trying to do multiple strategies at the same time. But in fairness, Lester, I've found this audience to be singularly focused on hot trading, whether it's XRP or the next stock that shows up on a chart and it has to trade, or hey, Roaring Kitty is on TV, we better go jump in GME. I've found the audience very much a short squeeze chasing, let's go for it all type audience. And it's been hard to, not everybody, but it's been hard to change that outlook. I, Lester, think with Railtown, with Silver, with some of the other things I'm going to talk about already, people have invested in, I think there's a chance for people. I forget who I was just talking to that has 40,000 shares, but I think there's a chance. I don't know, 25,000 shares. You own 25,000 shares. If you can get out of your mindset of needing to trade, you can just set it and forget it. I think you have, conservatively, I believe, I've got to figure out how a market crash trades into it. But I think conservatively, if you own 25,000 shares of Railtown and you're willing to wait and face it, we've all waited 2 to 3 years for these squeezes. I think 25,000 shares of Railtown, which would cost you, I don't know now, $12,500 or less, 12 grand. I think 25,000 shares of Railtown 18 months from now, 2 years from now, 2.5 years from now, it might be much sooner because technology moves lickety split. But I think 25,000 shares is worth $1,250,000. You pay your taxes, maybe you get a little bit more than that. You got $1 million without dealing with people like Andrea, and that's my goal. I want to, and then you have a more, you have a portfolio that's stronger. It's based on strength, not on the hottest stock that's going to go up because somebody just put Bitcoin in the treasury. I want to get away from that. You called me a distractor and all your shills came pounding on me. That stock you used to preach at the time went to the shitter. Your shills all lost. Well, I don't know which one. I may have, I don't remember. I don't, distractor, maybe I said that. You're coming across now, Lester, like you are one of the shills. And it's completely negative. And if you want me to say you were right, okay, you were right. I'm getting blamed. How does that help everybody? What's your point? I only remember recommending, if that's the word, I can't give financial advice. One stock as an alternative to GTII, which was Logic. And I did it myself. And I could not ever predict that the company would announce 8 companies coming into their shell, and I would sit with the CEO, and then ultimately he decides to give it away to, in my opinion, a company that's working with Aubrey Advisors. But in any event, he decided to do it in a fashion that means that there's going to be, has to be, a 1 for 500 reverse split. It's going to, so I don't know how I can predict bad decision making by CEOs. I don't know how I can do that. It is a risky field. That's just a fact of it. I don't, if you, that was before you said anything. It may have been GTII. I never recommended purchase of GTII. I never did. Not live, at least not to my memory. I did talk about what would happen in a squeeze. I did do that. And then I stopped doing that. I thought the squeeze, Lester, was going on. And this is where Cindy Lou gets mad at me because she thinks I blame a dead guy. But I think you guys came and paid Lou Bravo, you paid Frank Benedetto, and you bribed the CEO of COSM. And everybody got in it. And, it was a disaster for people. Some people made money, but it stopped the squeeze. It stopped the squeeze. And that same squeeze was going on in finger motion. It turns out that having a good fundamental story doesn't protect companies from you guys, because I think you are one of the shorts, if they need capital. It just doesn't. So, and then it turns out that GTII looks like they had a corrupt CEO. Was he in on it at the beginning? But, that's all, Lester, we can go over GTII, CRTD. I really thought they could work those things out. And to the extent I talked about that and how things could happen, yeah, I did that. But I didn't tell anyone to buy GTII at $5 or Finger at $6. I didn't do that. I just simply didn't. It was too much risk, I thought. The things I would say that I've recommended it for purchase. One's private, one's silver, and that area. And now I would say that my forcefulness would have to suggest that I'm recommending, not as financial advice, because I don't know everybody, but I'm behind Railtown. At various times, I showed more strength on Finger than I do now, but that doesn't mean I won't change that again. I've been a reporter on information, almost a journalist on information when I have interviews, almost. But you're wrong just because you say it. They are in the shitter, but I think it's because of you guys. You have a hell of a strategy. It's illegal. It's immoral. But you guys have a hell of a strategy. And I appreciate you back here commenting. Now I'm backpedaling and trying to have to explain in every session. Lou shouldn't have brought you back to you two after you got a drubbing from him and saw him like a little boy and went away. Remember those times? I don't remember sobbing, but I do remember when I've done it several times because it is stressful, and I do wonder why. I remember I was going to dinner with my sister, or it was around that time, maybe when I was walking home. Anyway, I just said, I'm done, I'm quitting. And I like Lou. And Lou came on and said, no, you shouldn't quit. And that's why I don't think Lou would mind if I make a post-mortem observation of what happened. I don't think he would mind at all, because I think his goal was for people to make money. And you're saying he should have just not invited me back. Well, yeah, I think the carnage caused by you guys has been extensive. I don't want a part of it anymore. I really thought that we had something going with Finger and early on GTII and CRTD. I thought my source of information had it figured out. But I think after a period of time, I've got to throw in the towel on that strategy. And I'm trying to show people a way to make money. But I thank you for bringing up what was kind of embarrassing, actually. But I do remember when I said I was finished, I wasn't going to do it anymore. I also remember when Lou was, as he is, I think, a kind-hearted guy. He suggested, no, you should be here. And I do remember it. Thank you for the walk down memory lane. Got a couple of people from personnel. Beat it. Thank you, Steve. Oh, Lester, you're talking longer than this guy. He's reaping what he sows. No matter how much he tries to explain, people will come back to question. People lost money. He played with people's lives and money. People did lose money, as I did. Did I play with it? I don't think I played with it, Lester. I think I took it very seriously. Was I successful fighting you? No. Did I know every angle of what you guys can accomplish? No. Did I know that you could corrupt CEOs, you had institutions working with you, and you could corrupt the whole laundry list that I've gone through? No, I didn't. But I know it now. I never had the intention of playing with anybody or playing with their money at all. So I understand you see it that way, but that was never my intention. People did lose money, and believe it or not, it gives me a heavy heart. And it's not because you're pointing it out. I hate that you shear the fleece off of sheep, and then when they're shorn, you try to knock them over the head and get every bit of the blood and marrow and meat and hoofs so that you can make more money, more money, more money. I hate all that. But I dismiss now a lot of the information I get. And there are CEOs. I think Brent's a good intentioned, hardworking, honest CEO. They do their best, but they can't beat you. They can't beat you. That's the thing. But this time, you guys are going to lose, which is why I assume you're here. This time you're going to lose some money, but you're going to make it all back in other trades, and it'll sting for a while. You know. Anyway, I don't want to fight you anymore. I'm not going to. I'm going to make sure that as many people, as many shares as possible with a much diminished audience. Those are the lumps I take, no question. But with who we have, I'd like to start with that and build something that's professional, that is fair, and I don't think people should be trading down in the muck and the mire with you. I really don't. Unfortunately, stocks start higher and then they get driven down by you. And I really commend you on your strategy. You have every base covered. Every base covered. except one, which is when a company such as Railtown has a CEO who, if I can put it to you the way somebody put it to me, I thought it was well said. You have a CEO who's done deals before. He knows when he left money on the table and when he didn't. That would make, if I were you, that would make me shiver my timbers, because this guy isn't going to do a deal to bail you out, and he's not going to leave any money, at least to the best of his ability. He's not going to leave any money on the table. So Railtown's not one of the places that your tactics are going to work. And I know you're trying to hurt me so that I quit and I have a sleepless night and all that. And you are pointing out correctly things that could have been maybe handled better and things that could have turned out better. But I don't control all that, as you know. And Lester, the losses caused in the market are fundamentally caused because there is no over-the-counter market. There is no NASDAQ market. There's no buying. There's just no buying. Now, a group of people come in and do their best, but all you got to do is wait it out. You know all this. You know all this. So I congratulate you on your wins, and I appreciate your coming here to tell me I told you so and that you won. You win. You win, Lester. You win. Someone mentioned God is watching. How true. So you have a close relationship with God? My suggestion is, I can only say this for me. I don't know your relationship with God, but I found my relationship with God, I'm very grateful for it. I'm grateful I'm a believer. And I've lived all my life assuming God is watching. So what I try to focus on with God is my relationship with God. I don't try to judge yours. And I'm not going to tell you you should focus on your relationship with God. I will say, I hope God is watching, because I think this market system has to be changed. And I hope God puts it on an Adina Friedman to do her job. I hope God puts it on a Donald Trump to disclose that when people buy shares in the over-the-counter markets in particular, the big boys can take care of themselves. But when they buy in the over-the-counter markets, people like you are there to destroy them and then blame me. You're faceless. You're nameless. As far as I'm concerned, you're a coward. But I do remember you, so maybe you are truly an investor. It doesn't seem like it. But yeah, if God is watching, I hope he helps me do the right thing. And I actually pray for that. So I don't mind I assume God's watching. You know, remember, don't put on me your motives. Don't think I am you. Just because you can't understand not being like you doesn't mean everyone is like you. Just, when you bring up God, why don't you focus on your own relationship with God? I think he says something about not judging others. He says something about revenge being his. Just, I wish you the best, Lester. It's nice to see your name again, and that you could take time out of your day and remind me of how bad I am and how much I still have to learn. I appreciate it. Oh, hi, Christopher. Filling up a whole new bucket of baggies, eh, Bill? Christopher, your strategies aren't going to work with Railtown. So I hope people don't get scared away from the trade. And I hope people who are angry with me or don't trust me, partly because of what you say, but mainly because of my failings, don't shy away from Railtown. I think they'll regret it. But, everybody's free to do what they want to do. I don't agree with you. I don't think this is going to be like, you're obviously a shill. Anyone that used the term bag holders is. What it shows to me is you're trapped. You guys are actually, I never even thought Railtown is a short. I mean, I heard there might be some trading that's short, but I figured it was arbitrage. The Canadian dollar versus the US dollar, the Canadian stock price versus US stock price. It was some elaborate trying to pick pennies, half a penny, quarter of a penny out. But I'm starting to believe there is a short position. It's very interesting. Very interesting. But anyway, Christopher, thank you for joining in. I don't think anyone here is going to be a bag holder. I think there's going to be some people that hold their balls in pain, but it's not on this side of the fence. Some people think in absolutes. A good friend of mine, he doesn't talk to me anymore, but a guy I really admire said that to me once. He said, don't think so black and white. Because in my life, I can get into that, the black and white thinking. Particularly, anyway, let's not talk about me. So, yeah, I think I understand that, particularly in stress or when you're depressed or when everything's lined up against you. Yeah, it's people do have black and white thinking, but I think people don't remember because I have to go through it with myself. Why did I listen to that guy? Why did the stock? Why didn't I do that? That I go through it all myself. But we're different. We're different for having gone through the last 3 years or however long it was. A lot of people came on here all hot and ready to make money, whether it was GME, AMC, and that MMTLP. And then, people came in like the genius. But we're different now. We're looking at the situations with different experiences, different knowledge, different eyes. And people can't look back and say, oh God, what an idiot. So maybe they blame me, which I get that. I blame me for my decisions too. But if you listen to some of this drivel, you're going to miss out on Railtown. Railtown it's not absolutes. It's a non sequitur. If GTII, then blank. If CRTD, then blank. That makes no sense. Makes no sense. And these guys talk about bag holders. They're the ones making the money. They're the ones leaving bag holders. So they're here to destroy any credibility I have. So you sell the stock. And more importantly, if the stock starts running against, let's say you get 10x in your trade, they can handle that because they can go in collusion, work with market makers, get an attorney to cover letter to some new prime broker, and they can start selling shares out of thin air somewhere else from a higher price. They can handle that. What they can't handle is if the stock starts really going and you don't sell. Then they have no way out. So that's why they're here. But I'm not, guys, this is not a short squeeze play. I don't want to imply it is. I just don't want you to sell if you get 10x. If you can stand it, if you can stand not doing it, because the 10x is the starting block. From there, I think there's another 10, maybe 10 more on that ahead. But that'll take time. That'll take information. That'll take understanding. But yeah, I think it's going to be fun to learn all that as the stock price goes up. Lester, Ryan, I'm about to mute you. We make our own investment decisions. If you lost money in a different investment, I'm sorry. Learn from it, improve, grow. Life is too short to be angry all the time. That's true. Thank you, Ryan. That's very well said. The big budget bill passed. All right, because that guy stopped talking. I wanted to watch that. I wanted to watch the block of voters vote at the same. Hey, Donna. Awesome, Donna. Awesome, Donna. Awesome. You know what that gives you? What that gives you is with 50,000, obviously if it goes to 5, you can figure that out. And if it goes to 50, you can figure that out. But if it goes to some number and it's not quite 50, and let's say it goes to 12, 15, and you don't really want to sell, but you think, well, it's up, and everything, nothing goes straight up, and there's time, and you have the 5,000 that you can sell and take some money off the table. Maybe if the stock pulls back, then you buy it. If it keeps running, at least you have that money. Anyway, it's good what you did, because 50,000, as a friend of mine said, I don't know, 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, he said, all you need is 50,000 and you can retire. If you don't believe or like William, then move on. I'm all in and loving it. And loving it. You sound like Maxwell Smart. Maxwell Smart. You're surrounded. Hey, Ryan, thanks for saying that. This guy said I never said it. So you sold Finger at 524? Whew. Man, and you bought Railtown with that spread. Bravo, Ryan. Bravo. Partly because of William, but selling and buying was my decision. Bravo. Bravo. So that shows that guy, that Andrea wasn't truthful. Lockup. Wow. Lockup. Happy 4th. $45, $807 in 2 days. Bravo, bravo, man. That's amazing. Bravo. Hey, John. Good morning from California. Lester is dirty pink. Danny got 500. All right. So you added to what you had yesterday. That's enough, by the way, Danny. I'm telling you, just having some will make you feel good as it goes up, and it'll give you some power too. All right, account settings. Good afternoon. I have 2 questions. Do you think I will get an opportunity to buy below 50 cents? No, but anything's possible. The reason I've been pretty punchy today is next week I think it's probably 60. I think it probably goes to that 62 cent high on the chart. But anything's possible. But no, I don't think so. I think it'll be 50 cents probably. What I'm trying to figure out account settings, probably most of the stock market players are still going to be on vacation Monday or getting to the office. So in a normal situation, I would say to you that, yeah, maybe Monday the shorts will try, or maybe there'll be a low. But nobody's selling this stock except the shorts or the algorithmic selling computers. But how do you factor in Canada? I think Canada's mostly on vacation. Certainly from last week to Wednesday, but they might just make it the long week. So my point is, I think Canada will be back at their desks Monday, and Canada's where this stock is housed. And so I think there will be buying follow through on Monday in Canada. I think there's no selling, and that's where there's no trading here. This is not a stock that people bought in Canada at 40 cents and it'll be 70 cents Canadian and they're going to sell. So I don't see the pullback coming. And I don't even think the shorts, if it's computerized, will try to sell now that the stock broke out. That's different, though, than saying as it approaches 62 cents. I don't know their algorithms. I don't know their formulas. But an obvious place to put in sell order, to start driving it down, is from that previous high. So it's not going to go straight up. There's going to be backing and filling. But I think you're asking a lot to see the stock below 50 cents until Wednesday, maybe Monday. So you didn't ask it, but if you have money to invest on Wednesday, I would still buy it. You already own it, so you're sort of averaging up, but it keeps your cost price, your average price, low. But I would still buy it. If I had to guess on Wednesday, and it's purely a guess, you're going to see on Wednesday that it pulls back from having achieved 62 cents on Tuesday. It pulls back briefly, so you might be able to get it cheaper than 60. Maybe it pulls back to 50 cents. But the other thing that could happen is it could go through 62 cents, and I think it's heading to $1.20, $1.25, as I've said before. I would still buy it. Believe it or not, this thing is real. It's not a trade. It gets riskier for volatility. It gets riskier that you buy it and it comes down. You go, oh, shoot, I could have bought it lower. But, it seems like you're buying in a bit of dollar cost averaging. So I would still buy it Wednesday. Well, let's see. We'll follow what the price is and what's going on. What will it be by the end of September? Okay, that's a good one. $13. I'll say that. 13. Could be higher. I'm using 13 because it's a Fibonacci number. Otherwise, I'd use 12. I'd say 13. That's great. Well, just remember, Raw Dog, the first 10 is almost immediately. The second 10, I'm framing that in an 18-month horizon, but it could happen sooner. And the third 10, in my mind, could come from a buyout. So that as you go up that it gets less visible yet. So let's just play it out. And it's putting it in oil and gas terms, which you can't, but the first 10 is 1p, proven. The second 10 is probable. The third 10 is possible. 1p, 2p, and 3p. Yeah, I do wish us all good luck. Even the people I've lost my cool with. I really do. I want everybody to make money. That's great cost basis, Raw Dog. .3773. I thought you said how much I didn't write it down. Let me look. I don't know if you said what you bought. Well, I don't see Raw Dog up here. So maybe my memory isn't right. Yeah, it doesn't look like you added today, Raw Dog. If I'm wrong, type it up, but otherwise, I think that's right. I know I have it in my tally. Brandon, I think the price movement we have seen we saw in the past week is 90% this group. If you look at the volume and the info coming in from this group, that would be the movement we saw. I'm not sure, but I hear you because you said that before. And if that's true, I think the company is lucky for us. But I'm not 100% sure because the price, but what I'm saying could prove your point too. But the price is in line with the Canadian stock price. You would argue, well, if we run up the price in the United States, it drives up the Canadian stock. And you could be right on that. But you could be right. But I've been watching it like yesterday. I don't think our buying was all the buying. And some of the days the buying, do you think all of this buying today was ours? I don't think so. But you're right. It could be some of it. It certainly is some of it. I mean, by definition. But I think it's a combination of our buying, but I think there's other buying and talking going through. There's other buying coming in. And it may be some covering by the shorts. I don't know. I doubt it. But it could be some algorithmic crap going on. But you might be right. I'm not dismissing it. I just don't feel that way. I think the stock we're getting as we're buying, lots of it's not at the ask. So it's money, it's shares that the shorts are just giving to us. So I feel like the realness of this move is more than just we. But we'll find out, Brandon. And I'm not dismissing your thoughts at all. It's just how I see it. But I do respect your opinion on it. 2/3 of the volume was from people here today. I don't know. Did we buy 300,000 shares, 325,000 shares today? But who bought the rest of it? My point, Brendan, is as it's moving up, I don't know that it's retail buying that's making the complex, the Canadian and this go up. But we'll see. I appreciate it. We'll watch it. We'll watch it. Raw dog. Oh, yeah, I have you. I remember that. Where did I write that down? Are you? No, that's not it. Oh, you're Eddie Rawlings? Raw dog, are you Eddie Rawlings? Or you're different? Oh, you are Eddie. Okay. I might have to lower our number of participants down by one. I might have double counted. All right. I think I might leave it there. Although let's just go check how. Oh, the tennis. Nakashima won. I wouldn't have called that. Martinez won. Marsha lost. Wow. Dimitrov won. The Joker won. Munar won. He's good. Munar is good. Unless that's a different one. Mueller, I'm thinking of. Kecmanovic won. Mensik won. Kaboli won. De Minaur won. Paul lost? Wow. Draper lost? Yay! Draper lost! Yay, yay, yay. He's a good guy. But that means Djokovic doesn't have to play Draper, although Cilic is pretty good. Sonego won. Sinner, of course, won. He might as well just send his assistant out there to play for him. And Monfils is in a tiebreaker. He could win. And Shelton is going to win. All right, that's that. Let's look up the big, beautiful bill. And then I'm going to. Trump's big, beautiful bill passes. and they show a picture of Musk being pissed off. And here's the behemoth 900-page legislative package. Extends the 2017 tax cuts and further eliminates taxes on tips and overtime. It doubles the child tax credit and includes a $1,000 Trump investment account for newborn babies. It includes a measure steep cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and renewable energy programs, which were expanded by AutoPen. Only 2 reps voted against the measure. Thomas Massey, he'll never be elected again, and Brian Fitzpatrick. Of Pennsylvania. The tax cuts alone will cost $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years. To offset the massive price, Republicans included $1.2 trillion in spending cuts, mainly trimming Medicaid, the healthcare program for the poor and the disabled. I think they cut it back on the illegal immigrants, but I think even if you're here illegally, you should be able to go get treatment. I don't know. It's a tough question. Because a lot of the illegals were flown in by Biden in planes. So it seems like we have an obligation. Anyway, the measure stirred controversy and pissed off Elon Musk. The largest middle-class tax cut in history. Permanent border security, massive military funding, get rid of all the 4-star generals, and restoring fiscal sanity. Pro-growth policies. All right, it's done. Okay, so I'm going to answer the last 3. You're green, Julius. Yeah, so that's bravo. Hey, Lawrence and Julius, I'm green. I'm glad you're green. Do what you want, but this is one time to resist the urge. There's an old Wall Street expression: cut your losses, let the winners run. This stock is a winner, and we have to let it run. I don't think it should be a trading stock either, but we'll find out. As information comes out, we'll make our. William, hope all's well. The kid Holmgren is got a shot. Colin is real good. Who is Holmgren? I'll remember that. Sablenka. Yeah, yeah, have a happy 4th. I'm gonna screw this up, I'm sure. Okay. course, I probably have the wrong guy. There it is. Let's just try the live. And I'm going to start this and then come back. I'm going to start this. I'll be right back.
She's waiting for me. I get home from work. Oh, but things just ain't the same. She turns out the lights and she cries in the dark and won't answer when I call her name. And on the stairs I smoke a cigarette alone. Mexican kids are shooting fireworks for no. Hey, baby, it's the 4th of July. Hey, baby, it's the 4th of July. She gives me her cheek, but I want her lips. And I don't have the strength to go on the lost side of town in a dark apartment. We gave up trying so long ago. And on the stairs I smoke a cigarette alone. Mexican kids are shooting fireworks below. Hey, baby, it's the 4th of July. Hey, baby, it's the 4th of July. Whatever happened, I apologize. So dry your tears, baby, walk outside. It's the 4th of July.
All right, let's turn that off. You got the idea. It's Dave Alvin, 4th of July. Yeah, it gives us some of that. And it might give us some input in future situations. You know a guy. 100K today. But you already told me that. You already told me that, right? Is it 100K new or it's just in total? I wrote that down. Yeah, I wrote that down. Good job. But that's in total, not to, is it today? So it's additive to what you had before? You know a guy. All right. I'm trying to think what else we can talk about. It's 3:48. I haven't eaten and we've gone, maybe it's time to start 4th of July holidays. And so maybe we'll call it there. Thanks for tuning in. I do apologize that people have lost money and that I've lost viewers because I'm such a jerk. But Railtown's a different kind of animal than what. The only thing I'd compare it to is silver. Silver is obviously better than stock, but I think Railtown has the chance to give you much a much bigger account very quickly. All right, money magnet. Okay, so let's just end on wishing everybody happy 4th of July, happy Canada Day, and you know, praying for peace for the children in Israel, the children in Palestine, the children in Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, Iran. And I guess from a while ago, all the children in Iraq, the children in the Ukraine and surrounding areas, the children who I guess now have peace in Rwanda and Congo, but pray for them. Anyway, pray for peace around the world. And I say peace to all of you.